hope you guys can hear me. Welcome in. Oh, I am cold today. I hope everyone is doing good. Or at least, well, not as cold as I am. Hello, APD, Suzanne, and the Bud Files. Hello. How are you today? Oh, I have slept half the day, and then I went to the store. Hello, Georgia. I bet you're happy to see me because you like to hang out here. I have noticed. Awesome to have you here. I've been to the store. I've been out and about. It's cold and gloomy and not fun at all. Um, yeah, no fun. At the moment, there is Danish Hobby Bingo, but we're all too late to get the first card. So whoever wants to play Danish Hobby Bingo, you can play along on the second card. Because I was too late to come and say hi in time for that. But yeah, I get to blame myself for that a lot. You always lurk as you go about your day. Well, I'm happy to keep you company. Oh, so yeah, I have not done any crocheting at all yet today. And I don't know how much crochet we're gonna get to do today. Well, there's gonna be time to crochet, I'll tell you that much. But how much, when, and whatnot, I do not know. 'Cause there's two things I need to deal with today. Three. No, two things I need to deal with. And then we have, you guys see that? The yarn balls are up there. The googly-eyed yarn balls, they're over there. Because that one moved in. But I'm not allowed to open that yet. I have a package for my birthday stream on the 9th of February. So we just get to sit and look at that thing for however long time it's going to be until the 9th. All my streams until then, we get to be teased by a package behind me. It's kind of light, but then again, um, the yarn balls were also very light, so I thought I was being tricked by that package. Um, but yeah, we have another one. Hello, Woozy! Welcome in. How are you today? I hope everyone is doing good today. And yeah. So, we're gonna get to drool over a package that we can't open. I might be able to give you an up close. Yes, we can do an up close. Because I can. But it's not very heavy. But look at the fun paper on it. Isn't this just a lot of fun? Like cartoony, whatnot. Booms and wows and crash. I thought it was cute. But it is a big box. But I don't think it's a lot in it, because it doesn't feel that heavy. But now, you guys are just as patiently gonna get to wait with me. We're all gonna suffer together until the 9th before I'm allowed to open that. Um, I guess that's kind of apparently supposed to be maybe more of a present for the channel than for my birthday. So maybe that will be something more for you guys. I don't even know. That's what I've been told. That it could have been a thing for my YouTube 3-year anniversary. It just didn't get delivered in time. So I also didn't get it for Christmas, but I get it for my birthday. We get it for my birthday. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be fun. And do you know what I realized? I just realized today what day it is. Today is the 29th. Okay, so the 1st of February, I'm going to the Knit Cafe here in town with the all-day event with Rita. And I have nothing to bring with me. I need to start new projects today. I need to plan because that's an all-day event. And I know that I need some good crocheting stuff with me for that. But I also need something to take with me on the bus on Friday. So you guys need to help me figure out what to bring. And I'm gonna bring this one. So we need to fill this one up with fun projects that I can use. I guess we need to empty it for whatever's in here as well. Hello, Sarah! But yeah, this is my travel bag that's gonna be my friend for the entire day on Saturday, because that is a full day event. Like, I start at, it's 10 a.m. to like 8 p.m. of just a lot of fiber fun. It's once a year in, like, it's a church event. So I am gonna have this one, I guess like this maybe, so that you guys can see it, and we need to empty it. So should we start with that now? We can start right this minute. Let's do like this so I don't tangle myself too bad. And as I said, Hobby Bingo Denmark is going now, but it's not looking good for me. And second card, maybe you guys can get a card if you want to play. So what do we have in this one? Because I know that there's stuff in here that just ended up in here when I moved, as this being like transportation for me moving. What did I start here? I have clearly started something in this really, really fluffy yarn. Do you see this? How extremely fluffy this is? I don't even know what I plan to do. A cowl, maybe? I don't know. But that doesn't need to be there, because that doesn't say yes, pick me. I have more of this yarn in... Do you see the little purple in there? I love this color. This is a color I like. So I guess I picked the other one to start with just to try out the yarn. I want to have like a cardigan amount of this yarn. I do not have that. But it is what it is. That's all I have. Okay, I have... Ooh! So I have these. They're all like Twister solids or Friends wheel. And here's all my black. That's what I needed to finish the other bag. Okay, so I have like a bunch of blacks. And then I do have a bunch of tealy ones. I know I got... There should be two of one color. Is that this color that is two of the same, or is that two of different ones? Because these two are different, clearly. But these ones, 124 and 124. So these ones are actually for a project that I have in mind. The question is, do you want to work with one project the whole time, or do I want several smaller things that I can finish? I don't necessarily need to finish something, but I do need some variation, because I know that from previous years, I have been working on like one project for like majority of the time, but I also needed some variation, or you know, a little break. I was working on Minimi's baby, or the blanket I made for Minimi's birthday one year. But it wasn't that big at that point. I guess it was, well, I used 4 cakes to make a similar blanket to this, but it might have been about this size when I took it with me. So that's, you know, it's a doable size to have with me. But it also needs to fit in here, so I can't take the humongous blanket. That's just stupid. And we also need to find something that I can have in this one, my travel bag for the bus on Friday. So we're getting a bus project, and I could definitely have a bus project to go all you know, also with me on Saturday. So it's not like I need specifically one or the other. Here's those two. I've been wondering where those are. I do have one cake. I don't know where it's at. Maybe behind here or somewhere. No, it's not behind there. Well, I do have a cake somewhere where this is the outside color and this is the center color. So I got these extra just to be able to make the project a little bit larger, like a little bit before, and then the cake with a lot of colors, just like any other of my gorgeous colorful cakes. Hello Tam, your favorite hooker is here. Yes. How long is the bus ride? About an hour one way and then another hour back. I'm going to the same town that Rita's in, but I'm not going to Rita. I'm going for a meeting. So let's move these over here on the shelf that this one actually was, and I guess I can figure out where they live later. But I do know... I wonder where the rest of these are. Well, I did get these and a white. Maybe that's the white. Did I get 4? Was it 4? I want to say it was 4. Whoa! I want to say that I got, you know, this and white to possibly make a shawl out of, but I do not know if that's going to happen, because I am actually going to steal one of these for the other project. That I have two of those because I have the matching cakes for that for another reason. So I guess these are just, you know, hanging out for the time being until I find a project for them. Nothing planned. Okay, so we have empty space. What are we gonna fill it up with? I'm guessing some cakes. Shawls, scarves with matching hats. You're making food. Yes, go get some foods. Headbands and slippers. That's small projects. Do I like the idea of small projects? I don't know. But where did I put the jade? Okay, so there is one yarn that I have somewhere. Where did I put it? That I need to try. Where did I put the jade? That is a new one. It's a totally, well, newly released yarn. I think I see it. I think I hid it behind Snaily. Yes. Okay, so I do want to try jade. Just look at this. It's like a green ombre, but it's like an appley green. Let's play around with the lighting, shall we? And see if we can get a little bit of a more true to color thing. Yeah, I think maybe a little bit more true to color. It is a very appley green, but it has these like ombre type of thing, and it's like a fluffy acrylic. I am very interested in this, so this one will go into the bag. That will, yeah. What else can we find? I don't have a project for the yarns down there at the moment. And I don't think you really could see it anyway. Maybe I should bring some of these for turtles. Maybe I'll make turtles. Maybe I'll start the turtles off. I do have 2 turtles as a commission project, so let's put them in here for now. Because I might have to actually start those. Well, I should start them. Question is if that's gonna happen or not. That's, you know, to be decided. But I do need something as a shawl type of project. I'm gonna get some colors out for you guys to pick from. A hexy sweater. Well, I do have a hexy sweater cardigan something project already started, but I don't feel like bringing that one. I'll show you. Your sister carries her sock projects with her everywhere she goes as a break from her bigger cardigans or blankets. So let's get the... Because technically I could continue on that. I need to finish that one off. I need to finish this. I could... Okay, that's gonna be a problem. Or maybe not that big of a problem. It just unraveled itself a little bit. All good. But what I do have... The thing is, I haven't decided how to continue to design on this. So that's also what these 2 smaller ones are for. The continuation of this said project. So I do have 2 cakes that looks like this, where this tealy color is the same as the outside color. And you do see some dark blue and some pink in here. But what I have already done is 2 halves of a hexagon cardigan. So I do have, no wait, there. I do have a beginning going from the yellows to pink and also getting into the dark blue. And I do have the other one is at exactly the same spot. I just haven't figured out what to do to continue it. Should I make it into a cardigan? Should I make it into a pullover? I have a lot of things that I need to figure out, and therefore this one just ended up in a pause kind of thing. Runaway yarn. Yeah, you're looking for a good crochet sock pattern. She knits, but you're also looking for a good crochet sock. Yeah, I don't really do stuff like that. I have done slippers and whatnot before, but that was before I realized that I am very, very sensitive, and I'm allergic to alpaca, but I'm very sensitive when it comes to wool yarns. And I'd rather have socks and whatnot in wool. I can wear it. Okay, maybe. I'm wearing a pair of socks that Rita knitted for me. They are wool. They're superwash wool. But I can't use it. I can use them, but I can't work with them. So they need to be like made, and then I wash them, and then I can use them. So that's, I can't. And making slippers in other yarns than wool, I don't know. I haven't really come to the point where I like that. But yeah, so pullover, cardigan. Should I make a panel in between in the back full of smaller squares? So many decisions on how to proceed with this. So therefore, nothing happened. And since I don't know what to do, they're not coming with me either. But that is an already started hexagon project. Do I need another one? I don't know. I could show you what I mean when I say a pullover. Where's my pullover one? Here. So I made this hexagon before with short sleeves. And as you can see, it's closed on both sides. So it's like a t-shirt. So I was thinking maybe I should do something like that, but I don't know yet. 'Cause I have this one. Do I need another one? I don't know. But that one does exist, so it is what it is. Yeah, these ones are not coming either. Do I have any other projects just laying around? I don't think so. That I could bring with me. Because I think everyone else, all the other projects are big. I'm not sure bringing my pin cushion, plant to a church event feels very appropriate, even though there's like a lot of old ladies and probably a bunch of them have some humor, but maybe not all of them. You think a pullover would be great? Yeah, still to be decided. Also, I don't know, like, should it be short sleeve? Should it be long sleeve? Do I need to get more yarn later? Possibly. I don't know. Trim! Good evening. How are you doing today? Have you been working all day? Are we expecting any snow soon? Are you keeping track of that? ACU shawl? A new shawl. Okay. Well, that I could get. Yeah, we need to get some colors out. You guys need to help me with colors in that case. So what colors do we have to pick from? What yarns could I bring? None of those. That is not... okay, I have plenty down there. I do see... Is it 2 colors on this shelf? Let's see. That one is allowed to become a project of its own, and so is this one. What is that? That one could be a pick. That one could not. Okay, so I do have 3 options here, and like that shelf is also full of options. No snow in sight. You sent me a couple of texts to boost my imagination. Do I really dare to check that? One cake for a shawl, easy to transport. Exactly. Wait, what? Why? Why on earth did this happen? Okay, I'm gonna show it just because. So I just got a picture from Drim, and Drim does models and stuff. He does not do things like this. What just happened? Did you fall and hit your head? You accidentally bought something today. He got yarn and crochet hooks. What is going on? What is going on? Are you actually going to crochet something? Pink yarn even. Are you going to make something for Marcus? Is that what you're doing? That's not what I expected. Definitely not what I expected. Yeah, woohoo, Drim, for sure. Maybe he's expecting me to help him, figure stuff out. I don't know. And I'm not having any luck. It's Danish Hobby Bingo today. And if you open your apps now, you're still in the chance to get in on the second game because the first game is still ongoing. But I'm definitely not winning. David Murky! Hello, hello, how are you? So, okay, we do have these. These are options. One of these could come and tag along. You'll be the one I'll be the one that you call? Yeah, go ahead. So we have like really baby pastel-y colors with pinks, blues, lavenders, whites, and then this darker, I don't know, is it purpley? Yeah, it's kind of purpley. The other option is a Halloweeny one with pink and purple and blue and black. It does have the cute Halloween label. And then we do have this one with the greens and yellows and brown. It kind of gives me sunflower vibes, but the opposite, because sunflowers are dark on the inside and then go yellow, and then you have the green, whatnot. So this one gives really good sunflowery vibes for me. I actually was thinking that this could be a cute asteria worked from the outside, from the browns into yellows and green, because then it would be very similar, I guess, to the Vajayjay doily, but starting with brown and then going into yellow and then green. So I have thought of that one, working outside in. Not sure if that's gonna be a good idea for this one, but I do feel like it could be fun. But do I need another doily? I don't know that either. I do like this pattern though. I have done it several times. I have also thought about making that specific pattern with all my mandala. I do have 2 mandala cakes that I have butchered and recaked. So it actually looks like this. So this is 2 mandala cakes colorway nifflers. And yeah, it would start with this one because we have the pinks going into the inside of this one, and then starting in this one, jumping over to this one, ending in that one. So I'm kind of thinking that this also could be an asteria. Not sure if this would go with me. And I wouldn't need all of them. I would probably just need, a few, because I highly doubt I'd make one in a day to use all of these cakes. But for those of you that has tried mandalas, you might know how they normally look. Because, well, this is not what they look like. But it does have the little fun thing on the label where you actually see the colors. And it does start and stop with colors. You see that the light green. But I moved that so that all the light green is on this one and none in the beginning. Kind of thing. Okay. Maybe I should consider bringing this. I don't know. Maybe. It's on a maybe list for now. What else could we bring for funsies? Let's get these back on the shelf. Back in you go. Maybe I do have these ones. Because I'm gonna make another Sunbunny for myself. But I don't know if I'm in the mood to make a Sunbunny. Also, that would require me bringing stuffings. And I'm not feeling like bringing stuffies. So that's not gonna happen. Should we take a look at those ones? That is also an option. Okay. Bingo game number 2 started. Or should I play with these ones? This is new yarn. I haven't tried them. Should I bring one of those? I really love this color. That's the one I like really fell in love with the greens. So maybe I should use the purples as try and out type of thing. But I have no idea what I could make of these. 3-weight light. So yeah, it's a DK. 100 grams, 250 meters. 3.52 ounces, 273 yards. So I have like what, almost 500 yards? Or a little over 500 yards. What can I do with 500 yards of a DK weight yarn that is 80% cotton, 20% viscose, and it's also kind of chain spun. You see, it's like a chain. So what can we do with 500 plus yards of a chain spun DK yarn? And also the viscose, I guess that's what the shinier bits are, and that the rest is just cotton. Because that would make sense. I don't think it's the same all the way through. I'll bring those for funsies because I might do something with them. And the jade, I was thinking about doing like hand warmers or like fingerless gloves out of these. So that is what that one might become. Okay, shawlettes. You're having a crappy busy day at work, so you're mostly going to be in the scrap basket. Well, yeah, I know you're busy at work. You usually are busy at work at this hour. Very expected. Imagine you going on stream and go yarny. That would be awesome. Yeah, I think that's going to be definitely one for the, I don't know, stories of something. I can't really... yeah, that's just going to be crazy. You might need a swear jar like Marcus for that. Maybe I'm just, you know, thinking a bit evilly here, but that's just a, you know, an assumption that could happen. Let's get some yarns out. How about... I probably have some other ones in there. Let's see. All of these are options because I don't really have a plan for those. Some of these are yarns that I do have plans for. But what do we have? Okay, those are all kind of earmarked. Okay. Woo! There is so many cakes that I could use that I have no idea what to make of. Which is awesome in one way, but it's also like I clearly don't need anymore. Are you stuck somewhere? Let's get you unstuck. You need to practice a bit. Okay, maybe I can combine some of these into something. This one I have already opened in the past. As you can see, I've started and then I frogged it. So we have like a minty, tealy thing going on. It's not the same, but it's almost like the center of this one could be matched up with this one, so maybe I could make a larger project with these two, going from one to the other. They are totally different yarns though, because this is an azalea and this is a sultan cake. But they could work together. I do also have this one, which is maybe a little bit more blue, but it is very much in the same color family. But hey, okay, now I'm seeing things. Because I have, okay, Sultan Shadow, Azalea, regular Sultan, and then we're throwing in a Honolulu cake. I could make something with all these four together. So since that could actually happen, I'm kind of feeling like none of these are going with me because I don't want to start something very random, but I see that this could be like a big blanket out of four cakes at some point. Yeah, okay, so now we're by default excluding those for that reason. Hello, Rosie Posey! Would I need a black and gray for that type of project? Maybe. Black and gray is too boring. That one also gets to stay back home. So we have excluded some. I do have two of this with orange, a bluish gray and black. So if I do something with this, well, it would be a project that would require two, not a shawl. Maybe a hexy top or something, possibly. Like the other one, that one, maybe. What else do we have? We have this one. We have black and blues and mint and pinkish and white. And this is actually the colorway I use for the derailed shawl. Where is it? It's over there. So that colorway looks like this worked up. So I could do something similar to this, at least with the colors, which is kind of fun. This is my own pattern, and it's available on my Ravelry. I should get my other patterns up there too, but hey, I need to write them first. So I guess we could do something with this. That's that cake. Make you a shirt or a sweater. Well, that's not gonna happen overnight. Would need more than a day for that, and I don't think any of these yarns would be good for that. Or would you want one in those colors? So we do have this one, another Sultan Shadow with purple to black. And then we do have, well, it looks more blue, but it's more purple. Another one with purples, blacks and gray. This is a Halloweeny cake, a dahlia. So those are options. And this is a one I have not tried, Dahlia Mixo. It's like all the way through it. It's all the same four colors, but they're like all the way through. So it doesn't change color, but it's a bit of a special one anyway. So, okay, options for cakes. These are options. Ooh, we have one more. Another Halloweeny one. This is what I used to make my hot as lava beach dress. So this is, I don't know, maybe an option. But then also the three cakes that we looked at first. I have too much yarn to hug. Anyone have any ideas or vibes of what cakes I should bring or not bring. Because none of these are really like pick me at the moment. But I have definitely looked at these a couple of times. I guess this one feels a bit, I need to think through what I need to do with this one. Because this might become an Asteria, so I need to think about that. But the other ones, like, I don't know what to do. They're not really my colors, so... But I definitely need a cake or two with me. Just because that's kind of needed. If that makes sense. Because I don't feel like I'd be turtling or whatnot all day. And cakes can definitely keep me busy for a long time. Well, on Friday, I'm going to take the bus back and forth to Uppsala, so that's an hour one way. So 2 hours by bus. Easy project. Definitely a cake needed for that. And on Saturday, I'm going to be all day at the church's Knit Cafe with Rita. Rita's going to join me. She's not going to be there all day because she needs to take care of mom for a bit as well. But she's going to come and join me. So that's a 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. type of thing. I'm not going to be there all evening. I'm going to be back home at latest 6:30, I guess. Because I'm also going to get Mini-Me home. And Melodifestivalen starts at 8 o'clock. So I am going to look at that. That is like the Swedish competition to find whoever is going to be representing Sweden in Eurovision Song Contest. And that's going to be, I don't know if it's 5 or 6 Saturdays full of fun for me. So I'm definitely going to be home for that. I'm not missing that. Nope. So I'm going to cut the day short just so I can be home and watch TV. It's my thing, okay? It's always been my thing. This one tells me I need to think about it. I don't feel like this one's coming with me this time. I'm just thinking about what else I could bring. This one is kind of saying jump into the bag, but I'm also thinking that this might have to jump into the bus bag first. Unless I can find a cool pattern that would work for this. But I don't know what that would be. This is the same colorway as I made a shawl, Ceylon tea shawl, just before Christmas for my aunt. So I did use one of those very recently. Yeah, I'm not sure of what to bring, but I guess this one is coming in the bag for now. So when you have all the color shifts, can one plan... Wait, what? Oh, plan when the color changes happens? Well, yeah, you can color control. But I don't like to do that. That's why I use these cakes. The cakes just happen to change color whenever they want to. Otherwise, I could just get a bunch of smaller cakes, like these ones, and pick and choose when they're supposed to change color. But that means more yarn tails to tuck away, and I don't like that. It's still plenty of room. We have chenille yarns, we have jade, We have the little purpley one and one cake. I think that's a pretty good selection though, so far. Or should I figure out a pattern for the other ones? I have some yarns that I've planned for so long to do something bigger with. Should we actually go down that rabbit hole and start one of those projects? So, the poncho I made for Rita's mom. I initially wanted to do that exact pattern with these two cakes. Starting with this yellow, going out to the green, and then jumping in here, because it's the exact match of the green, from the green to the red. So this is what I initially got to make the same pattern that Rita's sparkly poncho was made out of. But that just, I never came to start that. I could just make, a blanket or something as well with these two cakes. But I'm kind of still feeling somewhere that I would like to do a poncho for myself with that pattern. But I'm not sure these colors are the colors to use. I guess that's the thing. Hello, Thrifty! How are you doing? Good to see you. Those are just for later. I don't know what to do with those, but where is the... I did see them somewhere. Where did I see them? Are they over here? They're over here. Let's put you down over there for now. Because I do have this, and that could actually, since I do have a little bit more, I could do kind of the same pattern. I don't know if I would start with the yellow or the blue. I'm guessing I would start with the blue. Going from the blue into the center where there's a purple. Then jump over and do the purple, and then jump in here and go for purple, and then end on yellow. Hello, Tracy! You're on a lunch break? Well, I'm happy to keep you company while you're having lunch. What's for lunch? So I do have more of this yarn, since I have this extra cake. But I'm not sure if this is colors I would use to wear for myself. You better order the Lori. I don't need that much with me. It's just my bag. It's not too bad. You're at the doctor's? You got a doctor's appointment? Well, I'm happy to keep you company while you're waiting for that. Yeah, I'm not sure what pattern I'd use for these. That's the thing. Otherwise, I probably would have done them a long time ago. Because I really love these colors. And I am happy that I got this extra just so that I could make a little bit of a larger project. Then I have a bunch of, special... Oh. A bunch of cakes that I got them to make a really big project, but I don't know what that's going to be yet. So I could really make a large blanket as well, or like the start of one. But I don't know what that would be either. Of course, there's other yarns as well. There's boxes of yarn in a bunch of places. I do have all of these butterfly. I think you can see that we have a gray to a darker gray, and then the tealy ones down at the bottom. Like, they're really pretty green, tealy. And I want to do something with all of these 6. But I don't feel like that's what I'm going to start now, because I don't know what that would be. Yeah, I don't know where to go. Should I just get a cookie cake? What am I gonna do with a cookie cake? I have plenty of cookie cakes. I do have something I would like to do fairly soon. And that would be a blanket for Rita's mom that she could use on her lap on, when she's in the wheelchair. But I have no idea what yarn I could use for that. She does love blue. What did I start with this? Okay, this is all tangled up. Should I continue this? Is that what I should do? As a blanket for Rita's mom. Okay, so this is a Hot Mess Express. Let's see if I can get them down here without too much of a mess. No, I probably can't. Do I have something to carry this on? Oh wow. Are you attached? You're not attached. Are you attached? You are attached. Are you attached? No. How about you? No. So it's just these two at the moment. Okay. So I got these Pioneer Woman acrylics. And some other colors. Okay. So I got all of these like bluish colors. Hello, Katrine! Good to see you. How are you today? So we have a bunch of different shades of blue, right? And, oh my god, you can be there and tangle yourself. I did start this. So I guess I could continue this and make it kind of a lap blanket for Rita's mom. I could continue that. I could bring that on Saturday. And I do only have like a solid blue in between. I do have more of solid blue. But I probably have more of this yarn than would be needed for a lap blanket, and my initial thought was to make like a really big one to just stash bust this yarn out. But I'm kind of feeling that like that could be a good thing because it's not that big yet. It does come with a lot of different colors of yarn, so it would take some space in here, but I definitely have room for it. Also, if this one's coming with me on the bus on Friday, that one doesn't even go in here yet. I just need to make sure that I have a little bit of every color. That one goes in there, and the blue, and yeah, okay. It is a bit of a tangly mess, but I also need to double check what crochet hook to use, and that hook is actually one that I normally wouldn't take out of the house because that's my 3.75. So I need to remember that the 3.75, which I also use for the humongous blanket, is going in there. So the previous year when I've been to the same Knit Cafe all day event, this one has been full to the brim. Like, this is not at all like I usually fill it. So there's plenty of space still in there. Just because I never know what I want to start, what to do. Yeah, the blue blanket is still small enough to travel, for sure. Definitely not on the bus though, because it's too many different yarns to keep track of. And I did not win any Danish Hobby Bingo today, as expected. Nothing new with that. Let's change you back over to Sweden, because tomorrow is Swedish Hobby Bingo. In 23 hours. Okay. Good, good, good. Yeah, I'm not... I'll have to rearrange everything later because, well, we did pull all the yarns out. It's all good. But at least we have something kind of planned-ish. I think. We have to think about this for a little bit. But I think we have a good start. I have different type of projects, possibly a shawl, wrist warmers, to be determined. Can I make a bag out of 500 meters, 273 yards times 2 of a DK weight cotton viscose blend? Hello Barbara, how are you doing? Good to see you. Would it be enough for some type of bag? And how big would that bag be in that case? That is a good question. And the reason I'm, when picking the turtles or the parts for the turtles, the colors, I'm gonna do 2 turtles. Whenever they're finished, it's gonna be 2 turtles. Both of them are gonna have green head and legs, or fins, or whatever you call them on a turtle. One will have a blue shell, and the other is gonna be having a brown shell. And as you can see, there's still the same amount over there. Because there's no way I'm gonna make 2 turtles over there, but I definitely can get both of them kind of started in case I run out of that. I need to make sure that I have stitch markers. Okay, that is stuff we need to check. I do have these stitch markers. Let's open this up here, because we do have stuff in here, or we did have. Crochet journal. I do have needles to sew in yarn ends. No scissor. A mini silly crochet hook keychain thing. Yeah, okay, I've removed a lot of things in here. I used to have my travel hooks and stuff in here too. Headband, yeah, there's nothing in here. So going on the bus with this one, and if we're prepping with this cake. This cake, I'm allowing myself to have the 3.5 hook. Where's the 3.5 hook? Did I put that one in here? Yes, okay. So I'm gonna put that one in this bag straight away. And I'll have that in here. Make a bag out of the DK yarn? Yeah, okay. So it would be enough, possibly. So we have prepped for Friday. And then I'll just move that over to the other bag. But in this one, we do have scissor and a bunch of other crochet hooks. But not the just double check, 375. Okay, I need to remember that, or try to. Let's put those in here. So I have needles to sew, scissor, and hooks. And I'm just gonna, for easy, just put them in here. Like, oh, the keychain is on the loose. Just gonna put that one in there because it's easy. I honestly don't really need to carry around all my my knitting needles that I don't use, because you guys know I don't knit. They just live in here because I don't want to have them elsewhere, all over the place. Do I have any other fun stuff in here that ended up in here when I moved? What is that? Oh, allergy meds. Allergy meds will be needed on Saturday because there's going to be so much animal fibers in the air. Did I start something here? Yes, I did. I have, in this little fancy crochet journal, only done one thing. I made a virus shawl for my grandma, and that was started in 2023. August 2023, and I used Baby Merino Superwash to make that. And no, wait, I have actually done more, but that one's finished. Let's see, what else do I have here? Hexie cardigan, cookie, mustard, 5 millimeter. Okay, so I did that one not just in the mustard color. I ended up using mustard and blueberry and made a split cardigan with a hoodie for my big kid. Everlasting Valley shawl. That's the one I tested for Winter Nightmare. That would be this one over here in all of these fun tropical colors. I guess I did that one in 2023. And that's all I have written. That's all my notes. 2023 from August. I should use that one more, but I haven't. So that one goes back in there. Do we have anything on this side? I don't think so. There's plenty of pockets that I could fill up with a lot of random things, but I don't have that. There's also like this humongous pocket with mesh in the top of it. Okay. But I do have crochet hooks to do fluffy yarn. I do have a big hook for that because I think I have up to 6 millimeter with me. This one requires 6 millimeter, it says, but I don't think I'd use 6 millimeter. It is fluffy. It kind of looks like a DK with a halo. So yeah, I get that they're calling it a 4-weight, but I do not think I would go for a 6 millimeter with this. Maybe a 5. We'll see. And for the possibly bag making thing, 4 millimeter. That makes sense. I might go for 3.5. And I'll have a 3.5 with me. So that also makes sense. I'll be prepped for that. I think I have what I need. Kind of. Possibly. There's always time to change my mind. And we know that that can happen in a heartbeat. Like this. Let's just show you some random stuff that I have started and then frogged. I do have, oh, I guess I still have a chain. I do have 2 cakes of this yarn, and well, there's a chain here that is definitely not long enough for anything really decent. Baby blanket possibly, but I have 2 of those. And then I guess I had a white to add for, I was thinking about making a mosaic, but looking at it, it wouldn't be big enough for me to be happy, so I would need more yarn for that, and then they just ended up on the side. You always end up keeping your notes in random notebooks and transferring them to the project journal. You never remember to carry the journal. I don't even remember where my notes are. Like, I have notebooks, I make notes, and then I flip pages, and there's also like phone numbers to people that calls for different reasons, you know, just very random. And I never can keep track of things. Sometimes, like, I know I have a phone number to a person, but where did I write it down? Whoopsie. Will I be carrying another bag with drinks and snacks? As it will be a long day. Well, no, it's not going to be difficult to get drinks or something to eat. Everyone, for this event, since it is for the church, like coffee and there's going to be coffee, tea, juice available. And it's also kind of, everyone brings some type of snacks, like usually cookies and cakes. Some are home baked, some are just, you know, store bought. But everyone brings something, and then we put it all on the table. So it's like you can pick and choose whatever you want, type of thing. And it's going to be about 50 people. That's usually what the venue can take. They can take 50 people. So this is something we have to like pre-book. And it's between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. But it's, you know, middle of the town, so everyone kind of, you know, we find some people to hang out with, everyone chits and chats, and when it's about lunchtime, people just, you know, go over to restaurants and eat and disappears for an hour and then come back. And not everyone goes at the same time either, so it's just kind of how it works. Some people bring stuff like a lunchbox or a salad or something. But that is optional if you want to bring something or if you want to go out to eat. Some people don't stay the whole day. By the look of it right now, Rita will be joining me after lunch. So I probably have already eaten, and I'm guessing she will probably eat at home because she has food allergies and dietary reasons to, it's easier for her to probably cook something at home before she comes. Um, but I will for sure take a stop at the store to get me something to snack on, like candy bars or something. I usually have a Red Bull or another Coca-Cola or something with me, and a water bottle. And that is definitely something I can squeeze in here. Like I could fit my big water bottle. I think I could. Can I squeeze it down here? Yeah, it's pretty much just able to fit on the inside of this bag. Yeah, I'll definitely tell Rita hello from you guys. So this is quite a big bottle, and I fit that in there. So that's gonna be good. So there's that. Snacks will be acquired on the way there. I went to the store today and I didn't even think about that I could prep and get snacks for it, but I'm, technically in the middle of time. Would it take like a minute and a half, 2 minutes to go from there to the closest store? So it's not like I don't have to worry at all about getting something. I'd also be going over to like that store to meet Rita at the bus stop because the bus stop is outside the store. So I could go and get something when I meet up with her at the bus. Um, yeah. Different possibilities for sure. As I said, I haven't crocheted today, so I need to crochet. But I think I'm okay with this. It's still open for changes. I want to say 3mm. Yeah, that's what I did. Did I? No, 220. 220. Ugh. Keeping track of what crochet hook I've used. Always fun, right? Do you guys prefer the down cam angle, or should I just keep it like this for now? Because it does kind of feel a little bit like I need to not sit bent over too much today for like the down cam type of angle. My back is not happy with me from all of weird positions the last few days, but I also went to the store today and it got a little heavy. I had to get a decent amount of groceries today because I haven't been out of the house to get groceries for quite some time, so there was some big restocking needed. So yeah, this is what you get for now. We can always change around in a bit, but now this is what we're doing. So, what is everyone up to today? Any angle is good. You're mostly listening. Great. Great, great, great. But I do enjoy the fact that I can actually show you guys better what I'm working on. So, I'm happy that I have more options now. At least. Have your day been good? Do I have any fun updates of anything? Maintenance guy has not called today, so I didn't get woken up by that. I actually got to sleep until I woke up myself, which surprisingly was at like 1:30 p.m. and I was not expecting to sleep that long, but hey, I have not slept very many hours these last few days, so I guess that's what my body told me I needed. Sleep half the day. Whichever I feel more comfortable with. Yeah, at the moment this is what you get. But it's definitely subject to be changed later. You're on a new wheelchair warmer with yellow and pink and multicolor. That sounds good. Are you doing any fun patterns, or are you gonna make it stripy? Would you suggest wheelchair, like you're doing a wrap, so would that be like over the shoulder or more like a lap blanket? Because I have not done any specific wheelchair blankets, and I'm thinking about like the blanket for Rita's mom. If I'm gonna make this one into a blanket for her, what size would I aim for? You officially start physical therapy today for your knee? And how's your back scratch thing? Is that gonna interfere with your physical therapy? I hope not. So just for funsies, do you guys get notifications from YouTube or see when I post in the Facebook group or in the Discord that I'm going live? Like, what's your way of knowing that I'm live other than the fact that I did say that I was going live today and you might have just, kept refreshing to see if I was here or something, but like what's the way that I have reached most of you? That's what I want to know. Um, just to know, like, where do you find me? You're thinking spring colors. It's a four-sided open front poncho and just 30 rows of DC. So, okay, I get that. Like a, yeah, okay, so it's an over-the-shoulder type of wheelchair thing. You're making a small multicolored sun bunny. Oh, sun bunnies I like. All the sun bunnies ended up on the floor as I was rearranging here, but I have a basket of sun bunnies and I have made more. So these are the sun bunnies that is currently residing here, with this one actually being from Missy's cottage, and her name is Meadow, and she has a little stitch marker that Missy put there. So I do have a Missy sun bunny. The other ones I have made, and this one is mine, the little yellow one. She's Volcania, and Volcania is because I am born in the year of the rabbit, and apparently in the element of fire. So I have a fiery bunny with green eyes because I have green eyes. And this is Swatchy because I was playing with colors of like what does it look when I have one row of each color in a rainbow or two rows of each color. We have three rows of each color on the body. So it was me testing different color combinations. Just, to see what the pattern looks like. So that is where my bunnies come from. And then I made plenty of the smaller bunnies. You found me on YouTube, so the YouTube notification seems to be working for Drim at least. Yes, for the knee. You should be able to do everything you need to be doing. Good. YouTube usually gives you a 30 minutes notice if you are lucky. Well, this time I did not have anything scheduled. It was just like me pushing the live button and went live straight away. There was nothing scheduled today. So I wouldn't expect a 30-minute notice because that's just not how it was set up today. I am, however, planning to have the birthday one scheduled beforehand, just because. So I can like share myself out on my community tab a little bit before also. Because why not? But that's just because that one is actually planned. So it is easier to kind of do that. You check your subscriptions page to see who has posted. That is how you usually find pop-ups. Usually YouTube is not good with notifications. I kind of also refresh that once in a while, checking the subscriptions page. It does feel like an easy way to do stuff, but you also often miss out on things because you're late to the party, so to speak. but it's all good. It's... Oh, how did I tangle you up? Let's... And you are tangled too? Wait. The balls are tangling because the balls have little yarn tails hanging from them. Yay. Okay. Maybe this way I will have less tangle. Time to shower and sleep. Yeah, you have sweet dreams later. Yeah, you getting yarn, that definitely was a surprise. I have no idea why you decided to go and buy yarn, but it's gonna be fun to see what you actually do with it. If and when you do something with it. Also for fun reference, the crochet hooks you got was Pony Easy Grips. I have a Pony Easy Grip somewhere and it's not one I like. But that's just because I'm not comfortable with that handle. And that is a personal preference. Probably nothing wrong with the hooks. Other than they're not for me. Oh, I know what I've forgotten to do. That's gonna make things a lot easier for me. Okay. Bright light. There we go. And there we go. So it is Wednesday evening for me. And what did I have for dinner today? I had beets, red beets, beetroots, whatever you call them. I oven baked them, kind of, in my air fryer. So I had beets with pine nuts and feta cheese because yes, I got feta cheese. I got a bunch of blocks of feta cheese today because that's what I wanted. And then a little bit of olive oil on them as they went into the air fryer. Well, I did put the beets in for a long time by themselves. The pine nuts and the feta cheese just needed to be a little warm. Pine nuts I do like when they're a little bit like roasted or toasty. It gets a bit of a different flavor profile on them. But also some salt and honey. It was yummy. So that's what I had for kind of dinner, I guess. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner since, well, I woke up, went to the store, and then came home and ate that, and now we're here. That's pretty much my day. But I also did get something else that we talked about yesterday. Or at least I got one of the things that we talked about yesterday. Because we did talk about pears or peaches oven baked with thin chocolatey minty things. So I had to get me some After Eights. We talked about them yesterday and I saw them at the store. So I needed to get some because I actually didn't get any for Christmas. Usually they're a must-have for me around Christmas, but I never got any for Christmas. I don't know why. And this is just a small one. The normal size packages are like double the length. But this is what it looks like. They come in, can we see that? I don't know if you can see it. They come in like little papers like this. So you can put them next to the coffee on, a little coffee plate. And when you break into them, it's just ooey gooey minty yumminess. No wafers or anything. They're yummy. But yeah, just because we talked about them yesterday, I had to get one. Because I was so in the mood for that. And I do have coffee in this one, so perfect combination. Also, this is a thermos. I guess it's like extra insulated or something. Because my coffee's still warm. And I made the coffee before I went to the store. So it's been in here for a couple of hours. So I'm happy about that. I am really amazed by the fact that I actually totally forgot what, well, not what day or week or whatever it is, but um, that I was totally oblivious to the fact that this Saturday is the Knit Cafe day. I was like reminded of that today. Um, yeah, they're called After 8. And do I have like any information other than that? It says After 8 Delight Minty Dark Chocolate Thins. Do we have any? We have a bunch of languages. Nestle. I do have a bunch of different trademarks. I guess that's registered trademarks, but where is it from? It's trademarked in Germany, but we also have a UK post box in York. And then we have something in French on it. But just the fact that there's a PO box in York makes me think UK. That's what makes sense. There's a bunch of different languages on here because they're sold in a lot of places. But yeah, that UK post box is maybe UK brand. We have a Nestle Cocoa Plan thing on it. You believe you can get them in the US? Um, I know that there's been, who was that? Someone ordered some from somewhere. Was it Tank maybe that likes them and got them from somewhere? I don't remember, but I know that there was someone in the US that found them somewhere to purchase. I just don't know who or such, but yeah, I know that there was someone in the US that managed to get a hold of some somehow from like an online store. They're made in York, UK. Okay, so I was right. But they are yummy either way. Perfect for just putting on the side of the plate of coffee if you're, serving coffee on in a little coffee cup on a little plate. You can see some on Amazon. Have you ever tried them, or did you just get curious to try them just because I talk about them now? Because I highly recommend them if you like chocolate and mint. And even though it says dark chocolate, it doesn't feel like a very dark chocolate because of the mint. You keep yours in the fridge? Yeah, they are a bit thin, and if they get a bit warm, they do melt a lot. I don't have to worry about that because I kind of almost live in a freezer or a fridge, so it's cold here, but yeah, I don't have to worry this time of year. In the summer, I definitely would keep them in the fridge. You may have had them at some point. They're marketed here as after dinner mints to cleanse palates. Well, yeah, that would be a good way of using them. I um I may have at one point I actually entered a competition once. It was a what was that? Was that it was a market or a fair or something. I want to say it was like for vapes. Um Vape fair? Not any well, there's some things that's legal in certain states in the US and also in the Netherlands. Not that type of vapes because that is illegal here, just regular vape pens and whatnot. But there was a fair and I was there and there was a competition. I was the only girl to eat one of these full boxes fastest. I didn't win, but I finished all of them. And I wasn't last. I was not last to finish one of these boxes. So I guess I can brag about that I wasn't last. But I have no problem in totally devouring a box of those, because clearly I have in just a few minutes. I don't even know how much is in here, but the papers are taking a little bit of space, so it's not that much. 200 grams, 24 minutes. Probably not the best thing for like diets and whatnot, but hey. I didn't really care about the prices. I was like, I'll try and eat that. That's one of my favorite candies. I'll for sure. Give me one. It's a free box of chocolates. Yes. I didn't have lunch yet. That was my mindset going into that. So I was happy. However, I don't think I'd munch down a whole box of those anytime soon. Like I did then. Like what could I have been around that time? 29, 30 ish. Plenty of years ago. Maybe young and stupid, I don't know. Or was that too old to say that I was young and stupid? There's worse things you can compete with than chocolate. Chocolate is a good competition type of thing. Yep. Way better than like how many hot dogs can you eat? Chocolates for the win. That's, in my book, I'll sign up for chocolate eating competitions. Maybe cakes and cookies. Yeah. But I don't think it takes that much to get you to not feel very good about all the sugar, though. I am sitting here thinking, what shawl should I make with that yarn? If I'm starting another shawl, what pattern? Should I wing it and make another pattern of my own that I'm not gonna write down and sit here and be like, yeah, I should write that pattern down in case anyone wants to do it? Or should I do something totally different? Maybe I should put it out there and you guys can have a better look at it and maybe come with ideas. If I just stand it like that, I think you can see it if it wants to stand. Don't run away. What would you do with that? And bring a paper to write it down. But that's the thing. Never do. Especially not on the bus. Then again, I did the derailed shawl on the train, on the bus, and what did I do? I went bus, train, metro, metro, train, bus or something. So that one was a lot of on the go, and then I did write it down when I came home, or like, after it was finished. So designing on the go is what I've done in the past. You made my derailed shawl? Did I see pictures of the derailed shawl? I don't know. Did I see pictures? Did you like it? You do try to limit your sugar intake. Chocolate mints are always tempting. Yeah, just one or two is definitely enough at a time. I just had one, so maybe... Well, I'll definitely have more while we're sitting here hanging out, but it's gonna be a bit before I get the next one, because my mouth is still very minty. So I don't really feel like I need one at the moment. A few more rows, I think, and then I will be increasing. Or maybe I should start to increase. Wait, I am at the beginning. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Okay, there we go, up here. I'm gonna move the stitch marker. You enjoyed it. Awesome. Awesome. You probably did. I did get a few pictures of people doing the derailed shawl. I don't remember who did. I know Tank did one, and that one was a giveaway prize. I don't remember where that prize was gifted. Was it for my birthday stream last? I don't remember, but I know Dawn Yarndal won it. I know that much. Okay, I need to check how many stitches do I need, because I'm gonna do... Okay, that's the last increase row, so I need to do one more than I did on that row. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Or wait, is it 12 or 13, 14? I don't know. 12, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I need to do 15. 15. If my maths. And we don't know that until at the end of this row. Eleven and 12. 13. 14. Did I say I needed 15 or I needed 16? Damn it. 12, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I needed 15. And how many did I do? 15. Should you take ice packs for the ride back from the PT? Maybe. That sounds like it could be a good idea. Do you think you'd be in pain? 11 and 12, 13, 14 and 15. Do you know kind of what you're gonna do? And how much in pain have you been these last few days? Has it been bad? And has ice packs worked if you've been in pain at home? Because if they haven't worked when you've been in pain at home, or you haven't needed them, then maybe you don't need them for this either. I don't know. Or it's better to have some with you and not need them than to need them and not have them. If that makes sense. Hey, we can play around a little bit here. Let's get you down a little bit, like so, and possibly. Okay. And you get a little bit better view of this, maybe, possibly. And there we go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. How tall am I making the pot? Well, it's at least gonna be, you see the dark orange. I need to make the light orange that and then some. And I'm just starting to increase a little bit now. So I'm thinking that, like, I don't know, ish there maybe. And some type of lip like similar to this one. Also, this one is kind of hanging down a little bit. It's probably going to be more outwards when it's finished and have some weight in it. So it's more like that at the moment. But I want to say that maybe this is 1/3. I guess it also depends on how far I'm going to have, you know, I only have a certain amount of yarn. So if I run out of this lighter yarn, maybe that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep going till I run out of the light yarn, and then, you know, edging it with the dark one. Maybe. Rikke, you survived. Now you hope there's no more. Awesome. Have you been home for a bit? Did it take all day, or was it just a quick in and out this morning? Your internet is fighting you today? We don't like that. Kick the internet. Maybe that will make it work better. But yeah, really happy to see you here today, Rikke. Wasn't sure if you'd be in the mood to hang out or if you'd actually be home today. Or you'd have to stay in the hospital for overnight or something. But definitely fingers crossed that it's good news. Whenever that comes, because I'm guessing it's going to take a little bit before you know that, but half of the stuff is done at least. But the waiting game is never fun. Waiting for results is, yeah. It was all day. He was awake from surgery a little after 4. You'll know in a week and then go from there. Okay. Well, a week isn't that bad. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And my math, it was what I expected. Awesome. First row of increases done. I'm probably gonna do at least one row without increases, but maybe like 2 rows before next increase row, possibly, just because I don't want it too wide too fast, if that makes sense. It should be like a slow, would taper work? I don't know, a slow gradual increase. Like, yeah, not a very drastic or fast change. Yeah, I think maybe 2 rows is at least minimum before increase rows. What a week when you get a whole life. Yep. So, since you just poked your head in here, I had to fill this bag up today, and it's full of things because I totally forgot, or I didn't keep track of the fact that this Saturday is the Knit Cafe all day event from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. So I need a bag full of yarn that I can play around with that day. And I had not planned for that because I totally forgot it. And Rita will be joining me kind of after lunch. So that's going to be fun. Are you going to make the dirt smooth or bumpy? I haven't thought about that. We do have a very colorful yarn for it, so I don't know if we need a texture as well, since we do have a lot of color in it. But definitely needs a little thinking about that. But I do really like the fact that we have a lot of different brownish colors in this. Kind of like cafe latte type of whatever coffee vibes at the same time. Smooth or bumpy? Then again, I did try to get texture on the cactus itself, and it felt like it was too much with the yarn being very colorful. So, yeah, I'm probably leaning towards a smoother one. If I had a solid yarn, I would definitely like the texture type of thing. Good question. A week seems like a fair trade for a full life. True. True. That will look like stones around the cactus. Yeah, I hope that it's gonna look good. We're gonna do something, well, I'm gonna do like a very similar to this, just around. But I was thinking at first to start around the bottom here, so that this would be very, very centered, and then, worked around this for simplicity and whatnot. But I'm not sure if that's gonna work out. That would be in the middle, because I don't know if the plant pot is really big enough to handle the balls in that case. Yeah, because that didn't sound weird at all. But yeah, if we put that one in the center, higher up of course, it would be, well, let's put the bottom in here, and we might be able to keep it a little bit. So with this one centered, like the balls would really, really hang out. Or could that work? I don't know. I haven't figured all of that out yet. But that was my initial plan. That I would keep it very in the middle. I guess that was also a bit of me being lazy, and if I crochet the soil straight out of the base of the tall one, then I wouldn't have to sew it together. So yeah, that's, the lazy one talking here. What yarn to recommend? You see Horizon and Twister, maybe something thicker. So what I do have in here, I do have this one, and I'll take this on Friday when I'm out and about on the bus. Probably a shawl, but we haven't figured out a pattern yet, or if I should just wing it and perhaps design a new pattern of my own. We do have the toucans that I'm gonna do turtles. So I might do turtles because I might start turtles because that's commissioned. And then I have a bunch of different blue yarns or bluish yarns. There's a bunch of them. And I'm planning to make this into a lap blanket for Rita's mom for her wheelchair. And she does like blue, so I do like the fact that just me wanting to stash bust and use all of this yarn up, it might actually have a purpose. The downside with it, I don't think I'm going to use all the yarn for it, because I was hoping to stash bust and get rid of a lot of yarn. And to make a wheelchair blanket, it's not going to be using all the yarn that I have. So I will still have leftovers. Then I have 2 of this. And a bag is what we're most likely aiming for that. There's some little shiny pieces in here, so I do think that this would look like a fun bag. And 2 of those. And then I do have this green jade. There's a little bit of ombre thing going on in here. Not a lot, but a little bit. And I'm thinking like fingerless gloves. So that is what I have in this bag at the moment. But this one is definitely most likely to join me for my Friday bus ride. And I just need to figure out what pattern, or if I should make my own. Do I have inspirations to make another one of my own? Where can I find inspiration to make something? I don't know. You guess they do hang out in nature? They do. You'd think you'd keep it a little bit off center. Yeah, I've been more and more leaning towards that, but I don't know. Of course, I'd have to sew a little bit, and I'm fine with that. It's just me being lazy. How about an asymmetrical shawl in the Twister? I don't have that many asymmetrical ones, and to design my own one, that would be a weird one. So then I'd have to find a pattern. I have done 2 asymmetrical ones, I want to say. And I followed patterns both of those times. I could do something totally different. I think my initial thought getting that yarn, not just the fact that it was, good price at the time, but I think I had a little bit like, oh, I can make a dress for Mini-Me. But the dresses I've made for her, like, it's not like she wears them a lot. She's not a very dress type of girl. Tutus are more fun than dresses. But she's definitely more of a comfy one. Like one pieces are awesome. Like jumpsuits and whatnot. Like, pants and top all in one. Very easy to do that. Could I do something else with one cake of Twister? I don't think one cake of Twister would be enough for a top for myself. I'd need two for that. You made an Agatha's in Panduro's version of Jade? I didn't know that Panduro had a version of Jade, and I have not done an Agatha's. I do knit, I don't like it, I know how to, I never really do it. I do have I do have some of my knitting needles hanging out on the side of the bag, like my sock ones. 3.5, I want to say 4, well 3.5, possibly 3, and what are these? Do these have label? 4.5, yeah. And then a set that is not marked, so I don't know what that is. But it feels like the 3.5 is the smallest I have. And that has definitely been for trying to knit raggsockor in raggi. So what's that, like a 4-weight wool? But since I can't work with wool, knitting with acrylic or cotton, I don't know, it just feels weird to think about that because I've never really had people around me to do that. My mom always did socks. Well, she has done a couple of things that has been really awesome in cotton yarn. My mom, many years ago, like in the 90s, got a hold of a lot of cotton yarn, dyed with, was it indigo? Like this, jeans dyed cotton, still with like a white core in the center of the yarn, because it wasn't like fully saturated all through the yarn. But she knitted these really awesome pull over, like thick, big, bulky sweaters for her husband, his dad, with cables. So cable knitted jeans, just really, really thick. And some of those are still alive. They have been worn and worn and worn, but they're still not totally destroyed. So that was that. I think that's the only thing I've really seen anyone using cotton yarns to do. I guess, knitting small figures and whatnot, but like knitted cotton clothing or wearables, I've not seen that. Bag O' Day recently released a shawl that you're working on. The Panduro version is a very thin weight and called Poppies. How about a mesh bolero? Dogs wants out? Yeah, Google Play with dogs. You do a lot of knitting and cotton, but you live in a warmer climate. That makes sense. Yeah, there's probably a lot of people knitting with cotton here. I'm just not that familiar with it. Acrylic, though, that's just not very popular at all around here. In Sweden, there's a lot of yarn snobs. That's for sure. Also, it's going to be really fun to see if there's any pop-up yarn sellers coming to the Knit Cafe Day. I'm guessing there will be, but I don't know who in that case. So, yeah, if there's something like that, I'll definitely try and make a little bit of a video, or maybe short or something, but just to show you guys a little bit from the event. You knit dishcloths in cotton. Yeah, I don't have any really kitchen stuff that I use. I made a pot holder it was here. It's here. I did this one, but I have not used it. I could use it. It just haven't moved into the kitchen. So I don't know why it hasn't moved into the kitchen. It could definitely be there. I guess because I only have one. Um, and this is made out of leftovers, so I don't have more. Like there's a leftover here, and then I had to add a little bit of another color just because it didn't feel like the shape was good. Um, but I have a couple of just store-bought ones, and they're still good. So I don't really see a point in like switching them out at this moment. And when it comes to like dishcloths or scrubbies and whatnot, like I don't have scrubby yarn, so I can't do that. But I have pretty good um, like wash or dishcloths and scrubby little squishy things. I can't figure out a name. Like we call them disk swamp, but swamp is mushroom, and that's not the correct wording for it. But it's kind of like a scrubby. Um, dish mushroom. No, no, not a dish mushroom. Um, the words though. That was a fun direct translation. Um, chili, hot chili bowl holder. Yeah, I have so many different sizes of bowls. That would be a tricky one to do. Mm. I guess I'm just so like comfortable or using what I have because I have cork pads that I use for bowls that comes out of the microwave or have hot stuff in them. And since I have those and they're not, you know, bad yet, I don't feel like I need to replace them. Um, it just hasn't happened that I made anything like this that I actually will use. And I kind of also feel like the stuff I use or the stuff I make is a little bit too fancy to destroy in the kitchen in a way. Um, and the other stuff is just, you know, dishcloths are cheap. We have um, we have dishcloths that is like a recycled out of what is that name? It's out of it's from the forest industry. It's some type of what's the name? But they're recycled and they're like eco-friendly and whatnot, and they're cheap. So, and it's not like using paper towels because you can use them and abuse them, and then you can toss them in the washer, and they're good for a bit longer. And after a while, you need to throw them out. But I they're cheap, so I do have a lot of those. Yeah, Swedish dishcloths. What is the name of the stuff that um, cellulose? I don't remember if that's the word, but that's the word that comes to mind. So since I have those, I don't really want to, spend my yarn on making that, as well as it's not like they're fast to make. Well, of course they're fast compared to other things, like a shawl or a bag or something. But it's definitely, I'd rather spend my time making something else than something I might be just destroying. I'm more in for the long run with my crochet. You're done at the doctor's office? You're even home now. That is great. How did it go? Yeah, strong paper-based product. Indeed. Do you like them? I'm guessing that it's a possibility to like get them at IKEA or something. Would be my guess though that that would be an easy way to get it. You got both of your lower legs wrapped. Does it feel better? It feels better. Good. Good. Hello, Athol. How are you doing today? From the headland headliner, you'd say thermal undies and a polar bear skin coat. Yeah, what did I name it? I named it something. Yeah, help needed. What should I pack? I have packed most of the things, I think, but it was yarn I needed. I need to pack yarn for a full day of yarny hangouts on Saturday with a bunch of other yarny geeks and Rita. But definitely thermal undies and a polar bear skin coat would be awesome. I would definitely rock a polar bear skin coat here because it's cold in my apartment. You like them, but you haven't used enough to wash. Okay, so Costco sold them, but they're also available on Amazon. Well, we do have a Costco in Sweden now. There's one Costco a little bit north of Stockholm, also close to like our major big international airport. So I'm guessing that's how they get most of the stuff in, being close to the airport. They can easily transport the stuff here. Most of the washcloths you make get paired up with a bath and lotion gift basket. That sounds fancy. Poppy is in her first heat and very confused. Oh, poor puppy. Yeah, that's probably not a lot of fun trying to figure out stuff for the first time. Speaking of dogs, there's a dog barking outside just because we're talking about him. Sounds like a small dog that thinks is a big dog by the sound of the bark. It's a very squeaky bark that usually comes from smaller dogs. Small dogs always think that they're big dogs. Yeah, I have definitely seen that a few times with smaller dogs that act like they think they're big. And then there's the big ones that think that they're small and can fit in small spaces. Like Great Danes trying to fit into like a shoebox size of a dog bed that might be for a Chihuahua. And then it's like Great Dane, like, oh, I can fit in here. Or decide to sit on your lap and be like, oh, I'm a lap dog. Yeah, no, you're not a lap dog. You have a cat purring on your lap. The one in your pic? Oh, you just wish someone would tell Moose he's not a small dog. He's like that? He thinks he's a lap dog? Your old Rottweiler absolutely knew she was the size of a 3.5 kilo lap dog. Yeah, that's. I don't know why that is. Big dogs think they're small and small dogs think they're big. It's weird though. He's interrupting your crocheting. They tend to do that. Um, your. I don't even know how to pronounce that, but papillon is what I'd say in Swedish-ish. Know that they're oxes at least. He has to lay on you, beside you, touching you at all times. Mm-hmm. Just ask Tam. I don't know if he's lurking in the scrap basket, but Squiddy isn't a big dog and he still gets the full bed. Tam just has a little bit of a corner of the bed Just like I have when I have Mini-Me in bed. She's a starfish on, on at least 2/3 of the bed, and I might get the last third if I'm lucky. Needy puppies. Yeah, you must go to physical therapy for a while. You'll check to see if I'm still here in about an hour or so. In about an hour or so? Yes, I'm still here. We've only been here for 2 hours. I'll be here in probably 3 hours as well. About a foot of your 6 by 6 feet bed. Is that what you get? And the rest is Squiddy's. And Squiddy isn't a big dog. You'd be screwed because you have two pretty good sized pits. I want to say that your dog's is bigger than Squiddy. From what I can kind of guesstimate from pictures and videos, yeah, your dogs are bigger than Squiddy. And there's two of them, and then you have the little feisty kitten also. Does she sleep in the with the dogs and you and or all over? Cause she thinks she's a dog. That cat that thinks she's a dog. That's not that weird though. With a kitty that grew up with dogs to think that she's also one of them. Okay, let's see if I can make this somewhat easy for myself. Lou is close to 80 pounds, thick and sticky, but Moose is taller and thinner, but oh, thick and stocky. Well, he could be thick and sticky too if he wants to be close. Squiddy pinned down a 12-stone Roddy by her neck once, hence he now is muzzled when he walks, 'cause he's the devil's dog. You have the devil's dog? He doesn't look like a devil, but I totally get if that happened that you need to do that. Okay, so I did 3 rows, and now next row of increases. And where would that be? Over here in that stitch. Okay. Squiddy was protecting you. For sure sounds like Squiddy was protecting. People think yours might be aggressive, but really they're only protective of you and the home. And Luna the kitty, but she can pretty much take care of them all by herself. Yeah, you have a little feisty kitty. He's nervous aggressive because he came from a dog fighting farm, so was taught to fight other dogs. And it's the only thing you've never been able to train out of him, even with proper socialization. Yeah, very feisty. I'm really happy that you were able to keep her from when you found her on the side of the road and didn't know where she'd end up because you thought that you couldn't keep her, and you then now you have her and it's a perfect fit. So really happy for you for that reason. Heart of a lion, that dog. Brain of cheese sandwich, but a heart of a lion. Brain of a cheese sandwich. You rescued Lou after she escaped dogfighting ring. They used her as a bait dog. But you've had her for 6 years now? 6 years is Flying by. And there we have an increase, so we should have one in next stitch. Great planning, not happy accident. A cute furry cheese sandwich. He's very aggressive around short, fat, bald men with glasses. You guess it's true that a dog never forgets. She was only a year old but looked like 10. Oh. And another increase. I've had cats and dogs and fishes and stuff through the years. I at one point, it wasn't mine though, but I did have a 4 meter, um, would it be a king python? Well, it was a python, but would it be translated into king python? But yeah, 4 meter snake in the living room. It wasn't mine, but I lived with it for almost 2 years. We had a freezer full of dead mice and rats. And then there was a freezer for foods. And I also had a dog at that time, so I took the dog for a walk when the snake was fed, and the snake was fed in the bathtub for less mess. Even though the mice or whatever it was fed with was frozen and thawed, it wasn't that messy. But I don't know, that snake could make a mess. So you just rinse her off and put her back in her cage, terrarium, whatever thing. It looked like a big fish tank, but it wasn't a fish tank. And then I had a rescue for a while when Big Kid was a baby, but that she started to show aggression towards Big Kid when he was a baby, so I had to relocate her. Cannot have an aggressive dog around a newborn. That's, gonna end in a disaster, so it wasn't a good fit. You'll tuck yourself in the scrap basket so you can listen and crochet before you go to bed. Sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a great plan. Did you get, what was it? You wanted lanolin for the spinning wheel, right? To get that one up and running. Do you have that yet? Or is that something on your shopping list? And what are you crocheting today? You had Dylan, he was a Casanova, loved the ladies, hated the men. Is that a dog? Casanova puppy. You have not had the focus for oil today. Your crochet and your mosaic. Totally get that you haven't had any focus for oil. It was more like now when you're settle down to be all cozy. If you like, or can you find lanolin close to where you're at? Because I'm just thinking like maybe it's just easy to order. 'Cause I don't know where I would go for lanolin around where I live. I would most likely have to go for like online shopping for that. A Jack Russell cross with Corgi. That definitely sounds like it could be a good dog to have as your sidekick. Wingman. You have a good hardware store, so you can find that in the hardware store. Did not think that that would be a place to go, but it does make sense. Hardware store seems to have a lot of weird stuff sometimes, so yeah, it does make sense. Why did I not think of that? I guess my first thought was like some type of, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's something you could find in the yarn store like fabric store in a way. I don't know why, but it just doesn't feel like it's something you can find there. Possibly, maybe, but we do have um, a little store here that has a lot of homemade stuff, like, locally sourced honey, um, just a very touristy type of place, really, but just local handcrafted goods. And since they have like honey, I would assume, or like handmade soaps and that type of thing, I don't know. That would have been my first place to look. Hornbach, Bauhaus, or Biltema. Of course, Biltema even. I have none of that in my city. I do have a Bauhaus and Biltema in Västerås or Uppsala or closer to Stockholm. Hornbach, I'm guessing I'd have to go to Stockholm, possibly Uppsala for that, but I do not know where I would find that. Just my initial guesses. Biltema is a great place. I have Biltema socks with hot dogs on them. Pink, white, and yellow ankle socks with hot dogs and buns on them. Because that's a thing. Biltema sausages. Great sausages. You do have Biltema in your hometown. Good. That is a great store. They sell anything and everything, kind of. You can get car parts. You can get a lot of home type of improvement things, paints, wallpapers, coffee makers, bicycles. Very random store. That is a good store. I did get my coffee maker there. And the microwave for when I moved here. But I don't think, yeah, I haven't been there very often. I guess it's also because it's not really close. It's been a while since I was frequenting that store. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, let's go for another round of just regular round. Don't think we're increasing on this row. Possibly next. But I did have 3 rows in between the increase rows. So maybe that's what we're doing. 3 rows and then an increase. It kind of feels a little, I don't know, more satisfying to work with like the big chunky chenille yarns, and you can work stuff up so fast. And this is just taking a lot of time with the thin yarn and the small hook. But it does feel a little bit more of a, I feel more satisfaction this way. Definitely more of a labor of love. The chenille yarns are awesome in their own way. But this is, I don't know. This is more my thing. It's awesome to do other things as a little break, but I do think that, yeah, most of my makes, the small animals and whatnot, has been in thinner yarns. Snaily is a thicker yarn. The pickle is a thicker yarn. The unicorn seahorse is a thicker yarn, and a bunch of eggs. But all the other ones are pretty much thin yarns. Slow and steady, but I don't know. Awesome stitch definition. Yeah, this is looking good. So what is you guys' favorite shawl pattern? Do you have a favorite shawl pattern that is like a go-to? I know Granny D loves the Agatha's Reading shawl. Maybe I should make one of those, but I feel like maybe I should do that in a bulkier yarn. I don't know. That's an Ophelia Talks pattern, right? I think so. Or could I do something else with the jade? It is nice and fluffy. Would I use Wrist Warmers? I don't know. I do like the color. You love the virus shawl with mandala yarns. I have a bunch of virus shawls behind me, but none of them are with thick yarns. They're all like cakes, like this one, and similar. I don't know, have you seen my virus shawls? We can, no, cord. We have virus shawls at the bottom of this, I want to say. We do have, where's viruses? Are they over on the other side? Okay, so I have virus shawl in minty purples, minty lavender, mauve purple, and then I have in purples, light purple to dark purple. This is a Halloween limited edition colorway Dahlia. It's like almost a bluish purple at the bottom. And we do have this more Halloweeny with bright orange to gray to black. So I do have those. I have made more, but they're not here anymore. I made one in neon green to white. It was a salt and pastello in the color gooseberry. I love that one. But my mom claimed that one because I had her over here one year around her birthday, and I was like, here, you pick a shawl. That's your birthday present. You're welcome. So she claimed that green one. I did really love the green one. But she wanted it, so now it's hers. Have I done any more viruses? Yeah, I did a virus in a merino. Yeah, was it only a merino? Superwash merino for my grandma in purples and pinks. And I have a virus made out of like blues and greens in an acrylic yarn that I have somewhere. Yeah, I think I have that in a bag in my in my bedroom. I think that's where it ended up. You like purple? Is purple your favorite color? There's a lot of people out here that likes purple. I am very much for like purple, teal, mint, neon green. That is kind of my colors. I do have a cake that is very much like all my colors in one. This is very much me. This is definitely very, very much my colors. And this is handmade cake. It's even got a fancy little label here with all the colors of the yarn and in what order they're used. So some of these numbers are the same, but it's just the order they're used. So you do see 102 in the beginning and 102 here at the end. And it's called Feeder. I think that's funny. You like the darker shades best? Like the darker purples like this here? Eggplanty type of colors? Or eggplanty type of purple? Let's get in here. Or just like darker colors in general. Okay, get in there, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ever gonna use this one, just because I love it so much. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. You guys, do you see this package? How am I gonna be able to wait until the 9th before opening that? You see how big it is? But it doesn't weigh a lot, so it might be just a big box and a small thing. You're not a big fan of yellow. Yeah, I wouldn't say Yellow is a favorite either. Orange is also not a favorite of mine. Um, but you know, there's definitely, you know, this one is orange. But it's one of, I guess, some of my least colors, or I guess color combinations. Is it very 70s, like orange and brown with a weird mossy green type of thing? Like those colors are just not my vibe. Cover it with something so you can't see it. Well, the package is there to tease us. It's gonna be teasing us until the 9th. As a little, you know, that's what we're gonna do on the 9th. Come back and see what's in it. So it's a little bit of a carrot. And I did mention it, like it's a birthday present for me, but it could have just as well not been a birthday present. It just took a long time to get here because there was a little bit of a plan apparently to have it here for my 3 year um, YouTube anniversary in November. It just took a bit to produce and ship, and I don't even know. Um, and it wasn't here for Christmas either. So it just, I have been told that I am allowed to open it today or any day, really. But it is a little bit more maybe for the channel than for me as a person. I don't even know. That's just what I've been told, that this is for the channel, for you guys and for me. And that makes me even more confused and like, I want to know what's inside of it. Like, what is this? Please give me. But I decided that I'm gonna wait for the 9th and then we'll have a package to open on my birthday as well. Where did everyone go? People are lurking. The scrap basket is full of people. David is still here. Hi, still there. ABD is listening and working. And she's reminding everyone for thumbs up. Thank you very much for that. This kind of reminds me, this plant pot reminds me a little bit of a plant pot that I had for a little lemon tree that I had many years ago. Susan is still here, but she has to make dinner. What's for dinner? I want to know what's for dinner. You have been called worse. You just started a new project. Are you starting that project that you talked about the other day? About the. Oh, I don't even remember what it was. But it was a diorama, I want to say. Or was that something else? I don't know. Post apocalyptic was talked about. Was. Mm, am I mixing things up, or is that what you're doing? Or did you start something totally new? It could be something totally new. It wouldn't surprise me. I start new stuff. I expect you guys to do the same. I am a bad influence since I can't just work on one thing. So, of course, that might rub up on some of you. I should be finishing the blanket, and here I'm making my pincushion instead. New projects are always good. They are, but they're even better when they get finished. And then you can start something new. I have a bag to finish. I have a dress to finish. 2 dresses to finish. One is closer to finish than the other one. Hexagon cardigan. 1 blanket. Godzilla. A hexagon cardigan for mini-me. I do have that laying around. And still I'm sitting here like, oh, start new projects. You don't even want to think about your number of whips. Granny D also have a plenty of whips. She has a Mount Whitmore. I aspire to become Granny D at one point. There's probably a lot of UFOs in Granny D's Mount Whitmore that she has no idea what they used to be or what they plan to become. I don't think it's ever going to be that bad for me, but I can't make any promises. Okay, what did we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the last increase. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, wait. 1, 2, 3. And we have 1, 2, 3. So this is an increase row. Yeah, this is an increase row. There might be a whip or three that I have forgotten that I had. I have a little hexagon cardigan that I wanted to do for Mini-Me, but I was also recording tutorials for that. So at this point, it's too small for her. So that's not fun. Hello, TBG. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Are you up to no good? Or what are you doing? I have like a hexagon wrap, but that one's full of small hexagons. And I stopped that one because I wanted to record my, like how I joined them, which hasn't happened. So that one was put on hold for recording purposes. And now I don't even know what crochet hook I used for it. I'm probably gonna have to go and look at my old lives to figure out what crochet hook was used for that. If I'm ever gonna get to finish that one. Hexies can be made larger, fairly simple. Yeah, there's plenty of different hexies. Like I have made hexagon t-shirt type of thing, my own pattern. I have made hexagon cardigan from Mini-Me, my own pattern. That one's over here. And then I have made my own pattern for 2 hexagon cardigans as well. That looks like this, one of them, in eggplant and soft mint. So that's a cardigan, you know, open type of one. Stacy! Create and relate. Stacy, right? Welcome back in. How are you doing today? And the same pattern, I actually used just another yarn, but I made both sides in the same color with the same accent on them. With this little, I do love this type of sleeve because they're not in the way when you have a longer, thinner sleeve. Or cuff. I should probably say it's cuff, but yeah. So my own creations. So definitely hexagon cardigans and sweaters have been made. I have a few. Yeah, Mini-Me has small random buttons because she has a very colorful one, and also small pockets is what she wanted, and also a little bit of a cuff. Whip or 3. We're talking about whip as in WIP, work in progress, not as in the other type of whip. But that is also a fun one. Problem solver. Take extra stitch markers, right hook size. Yeah, I have done that multiple times. Sometimes I'm better than others at remembering stuff like that. But yeah, the t-shirt. I actually made this out of 2 cakes of Dahlia. 2 different cakes. One starting from yellow going to the green, and the other cake goes from green to the red. And one thing I'm really, really proud of with this one is I had 4 yarn tails to sew in. The yarn tail at the start on both of them. I crocheted them to whatever size I felt needed. And then as I made the sleeve, I joined as I went up here. And then I continued to crochet until I had this distance at a good measurement, I guess. And I closed them up with one yarn cake on one side and the other one on the back side. And then I did continue to get them longer without having to cut the yarn at any point, and just sew in the yarn tails at the bottom when I ended. So I'm really happy how I managed to figure all of that out, but it definitely took some time. And I've been like, oh, I should make a tutorial of how I made it, because 4 yarn tails to make this, I should share this with you guys, you know? Did I say hi to you, Sarah? Did you just pop in here? I don't remember saying hi to you. Maybe I did in the beginning. Have you been hanging out in the scrap basket? We're good today. We are good. I've been packing this bag, and I need a good shawl pattern. What are your favorite shawl pattern? I need inspiration. The H is silent but deadly. I guess that is also a way of putting it. So yeah, I should make a tutorial of how to make a short sleeve t-shirt out of 2 cakes, hexagon cardigan, no cutting the yarn, you know? That should definitely be something I should share with you guys. And I did make this little like V. It's not really a V, but it looks like a V. It's more of a, it is a V, but it doesn't start out as a V. It's just been hanging on the hanger for so long that you can't really tell that it's straight and then goes to a V. You just popped in. Okay, so I didn't miss you. Or, yeah, whatever. You're here. Welcome in. The confusion is just a big thing here. Saturday. I forgot. I'm going away on Saturday for a full day of knitting with, I'm going to the Knit Cafe, and there's a bunch of crocheters there too, but mostly knitters. So I packed a bag for that because I totally forgot. But I'm also going to take this one on the bus with me on Friday. And I don't know what to do with it, but we picked it. I will have a bunch of projects to jump around in between on Saturday. Continue on a blanket. Should end up as like a wheelchair lap blanket thing. See, I have a stitch marker and a little note with the stitch or the crochet hook size, and it actually is a bit of a ball bend from a Stylecraft Special DK yarn. I do have fluffy chenille yarns in 3 colors because I need to make turtles, so I might start on those. I do have this awesome green fluffy yarn that might become fingerless gloves, or wrist warmers. That's what it told me that it wanted to be in the past. When I ordered the yarn, that's what I had in mind. And then I might make a bag out of this. I do have 2 of this cute little cotton viscose yarn. I think the viscose is the shiny bits. Do you see the shiny? There's some shiny over here. Yeah, there's some shiny. It's chain spun also. Do we see that? I don't know if we see it's chain spun, but it is chain spun. And there's some shiny bits. So I do think that's the viscose bits, and the rest is cotton. So I have 2 of these, and I think a bag could be good. I have no idea what type of bag though. But I have some options for a full day of yarny talk with people. And Rita is going to join me for it. But yeah, I need a good pattern for that. It doesn't necessarily have to be a shawl either. That's just simple to make a shawl. And I only have that one cake. I don't have a cake that would look good with it, I don't think. So I don't think I have something that could make a larger project together with that. So a shawl is probably good. Or, you know, kids' clothes, I guess. But yeah, I did mention that when I actually got the yarn, because I just got that one for a really good deal. It was on a great sale. Um, and there was four yarns, four different colors. That was really a good price that day. So I got one of each. That one was one of them. And actually, this colorway, this was the other one. And then I made a poncho of the last two ones because they actually have a color in common because both of them had the purple. So one cake is the green to the purple and the other one was the purple to the midnight blue, or is it black? So I've used three out of the four cakes that I got for a great price. Um, and that one is the last one standing. But I do believe that I had in mind like a dress for Minnie. That was my first thought. I just don't know if she'd wear it if I make her one because she already has two and she barely uses them. So it feels like making another one is not really, a lot of good reason to do at the moment. I'm guessing like when she gets older, she's gonna want more dresses, but then it's probably gonna be too small if I make it now. So perhaps I should just wait and see. She already has picked out some colors that she wanted me to make a dress out of. I just haven't found a good pattern for that, so there is a cake waiting to be made into a dress. But I'm kind of feeling like that one can wait also, since I haven't figured out what type of dress. I do have another dress as a whip also. There's some stuff in a... There's more whips that I kind of have forgotten about. And one of them is a dress for her. Awesome. Um, there's increases. Is there increases here somewhere? There. Okay. There's increases. Yeah, feel free to thank Nightbot for behaving. He does that occasionally. Do what you ask him to. Oh, I wish we would have snow. But I don't think there's going to be any snow tonight. Cloudy, a little bit windy, cold enough to be able to get a little bit of something down. But nope, I don't think we're getting snow. It is cold in here though. But that's nothing new. I complain about that on a daily basis and have been since November. That's just a part of the charm and live in an apartment that is cold. And next stitch is the increase. I know I could make this so much easier for myself and mark the increases out with stitch markers, but they are fairly easy to see when you're working with cottons and have a good stitch definition, their increases are fairly easy to spot. Definitely not the same thing when you're working with like chenille yarns and fluffy yarns. But I definitely see where they're at with this yarn. And I guess it's also that I've trained my eye to do it like this, because I am very lazy when it comes to stitch markers. I don't use them very often, to be honest. I don't. Like, even though pattern might state like, oh, put a stitch marker here. It's like, okay, why am I putting a stitch marker there? Sometimes I do, as the patterns tell me, and otherwise it's just like, oh, but I can figure that out without a stitch marker. Check Ravelry for a shawl pattern. There are so many. There is so many, and I have done plenty, and I have some of my own. I was just thinking anyone might have a suggestion for a pattern that they like that I haven't tried yet, without having to dig through the thousands of patterns on Ravelry. But yeah, I have one shawl pattern myself on Ravelry, and I do have one pattern that I started to write down the pattern. I do have one that I haven't even started writing the pattern for. And I don't think I have any saved patterns on my like list of patterns I want to try. Not at the moment, or at least none that I can remember. I do have a few patterns that I haven't done. Red Teapot has all, tea related names for her patterns. So I have done Ceylon tea shawl, is it 3 times, 4 times? I have done the Darjeeling tea. I started, was it the jasmine tea that I didn't like, or was it the Moroccan mint that I wasn't a fan of what it looked like in the beginning? But that was a lot of like my stitch definition, the amount of puff stitches, I don't know, the yarn I was using. There was a lot of things I didn't love it, so I did frog that. So I want to say that I have a few patterns that I haven't, like, I purchased them, but I haven't done them yet, right? You use a lot of free easy shawl patterns and tutorials. You're having technical difficulties again? Let's start again. Oh, I don't like that for you. But yeah, let's start again. How are you? What are you doing today? Have you had a great day? Did you have anything yummy to eat? Did anyone have anything yummy to eat? Or are you gonna eat something yummy soon? I have chocolates and coffee and water and Coca-Cola. I have plenty of things. And I have things in the kitchen too because I went to the store. I did get myself some stuff at the store. There was a really good price for salmon today, so I got me some salmon. I needed some more of that because I had almost eaten all the salmon I had. And I do love to use the air fryer and cook salmon when it's just me, myself, and I. A piece of salmon, some frozen broccoli, some feta cheese, and make a sauce. Done. Dinner ready. You're making pot cheese pierogies with onions and spinach. Can you send some over? I'd love to try that. Not a great day, a few difficult child meltdowns, but hopefully he's chilled now. Oh, some days are just like that. You took them to the cinema, which calms him down. That is good. If it works, right? Or whatever works. Hmm. We all have those days. They help us appreciate the good days. That is true. I am kind of getting to the point where I'm thinking of like, how am I gonna attach all of this together? Because I like to use things that is as simple as possible for myself. And I'm feeling that a good way of doing this would be to do one row at some point of front loop onlys on this plant pot. That will leave me a back loop only on the back side where I could attach the soil layer. I also don't want the soil layer to be like just at the top of the plant pot. So I will do that row somewhere so it would be like, a little bit down into the pot. So we do have a bit of a lip above the soil level because that feels more natural. Um, Question is, how tall is the plant pot going to be? And how far down should I have the soil compared to it? That is what my head is debating at the moment. But that is definitely one thing that is would make this easier. That when I am making the soil layer, I would just crochet it together with that back loop only row. Um, for a easy closure. Crocheting it together instead of sewing it together. I'll probably sew a little bit, or there's a possibility that I get to sew it together for a bit, but maybe not all the way around. We all have those days. They help us appreciate the good days. That is also true. Depends on what the meltdown was about. Depends on the treatment he needs. Just gets scary how gets. Oh, now he's a full-blown adult. He doesn't recognize the good days, but you deal with it the best way you can. A lot of love and hugs and forgiveness is always good. I totally get it. Totally get it. I had Big Kid here this weekend, and it was clearly very obvious to me that he forgot to take his medication. And yeah, it wasn't the best of days Sunday. Am I going to put weight in the pot or just stuffing? I want to put some type of weight in it, and I have been pretty much set on putting. I have like, is it little plastic pebbles? Um, I don't know what they're called, but I do have them over here, so I might as well just show you guys. Maybe we can figure out what they're called. But that's what I have at home. Otherwise, I'd have to go somewhere. Plastic pellets, 5 millimeter, 1 kilo. They're like little tiny pieces of plastic. So I do have that. Like I have quite a lot of it. I used it for when I did owls. I did a bunch of owls. And I had that as so that they didn't fall over. But that is what I have at hand. I was thinking about like getting glass marbles or something. But I definitely, like, I have that, so I might as well use it, even though that is probably not the cheapest thing I could use. Um, but it's here. And it kind of is already paid for, since when I got all the supplies to make all the owls, that was a commission project. I did charge for like the full box of those pellets and for a full skein of every yarn that I used. Um, so that one's already paid for by that order. So I'm pretty much all good on that. Your son refuses his medication since he was told he had the choice to stop. Ooh, and now everyone pays for that comment made by a nurse without a thought of what that would mean. That isn't a fun thing at all. Why would someone say that? Oh, I totally get the feeling. Not fun at all. Some people should change jobs. They should not work with what they're doing. I see that time and time again, that there's people in the wrong place. It caused so many issues. Oh, feel free to vent. That is perfectly fine. You'll find that there's plenty more people that comes here to vent now and then. You are definitely not the only one. Yeah, that's optional if you want to answer that question. Don't feel like you have to. But what your son's condition is yeah, that's a good question. But it's up to you if you want to answer. My big kid is autistic with ADHD and some, I'd say, language issues also, dyslexia and other things. So there's plenty of things I can vent about now and then. It's like all the help you built for him to be in a good place got broken down by that one silly nurse. I can totally understand that. In the US, you have group homes for adults with disabilities. There are some here too. It totally just depends on what type of disability you have. There's actually a lot of people with disabilities that is more living on their own but have extra support in the home. I don't even know all of those. ASD, ADHD I know. PDA I recognize. Dyslexia and SPD. Yeah, that is definitely ones I'm not keeping up on. Hello, Sunflower. How are you doing? What is up? Today I had to, well, I still haven't decided if we're all happy with it. I have packed a bag with yarn because I totally forgot that this is the Saturday I'm going to the knit all day cafe type of thing, and Rita's joining me. So I have picked out some yarn that is going with me. And this one is also going to be in my travel bag on Friday when I'm going on the bus. I just don't know what it wants to be, but we picked that one. But I have put some stuff in this bag. There might be more stuff joining in that bag at some point. I haven't fully decided, but I will have a bunch of projects to pick from that will be able to keep me entertained because it's a 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. event. Rita will join me in the afternoon or like after lunch. And I will not be there until 8 p.m. because at 8 p.m. there's something on TV that I want to watch because there's well, If you're from Europe, you know Eurovision Song Contest. I have talked about it before, so there might be people here that have heard about Eurovision Song Contest by me in the past. But it's the Swedish, getting whoever is going to represent Sweden. That starts now for 6 weeks every Saturday at 8 p.m. I will be watching that because I want to know who's going to be representing Sweden in the Eurovision, and I also love Eurovision. It's just my thing. So I will have to be home in time for that to start. So I can't be at the Knit All Day Cafe with all the other yarny peeps. I'll have to ditch early for a very obvious reason. mm, PDA is the main one that causes life issues. Katrine is back! Yay! Okay, so ASD is autism. I That one I know. Pathological demand avoidance? Sensory processing disorder. Yeah, ADHD I know. That definitely sounds like a lot. You've been watching YouTubers organizing their yarn stash slash craft room. You know people from England who enjoy watching Eurovision. Eurovision is fun. I have really grown up with that. That has been something that my family, as I was growing up, kind of watched religiously. Um, it's just been a thing in the family. Like we all watch that from ever. I have been to Eurovision, like the actual event Eurovision. I was at Eurovision 2000. Was it 2000? Or was it me and years? Um, we had, or was it 98? Was it 98 or 99 where Charlotte Perrelli won? And then, well, when Sweden wins, we get to host the next year. Like whoever wins this year is gonna host the next year. Um, so yeah, I have been to an actual Eurovision event when it was in Sweden. Either it was 99 or 2000. I don't remember which of the years we won, and then we hosted the year after. I know Denmark won the Swedish one, or when it was in Sweden. Your friend has two severely autistic sons, both adults who are in group homes. Oh yeah, that's Eurovision is not like American Idol. We also have like Swedish Idol, but yeah, it's not the same. We did like the guy that is behind the Swedish version, or like how Swedes are getting, like who's gonna compete for us. Christer Björkman, he's been like the main guy for many years. He actually tried to take Eurovision to the US. There was a like American Eurovision whatever contest, American Song Contest, I think they called it. And it didn't work out really good. And Christer Björkman and the guys that flew over to try and figure this out and like set it all out, it he was not happy about how the television company, that I don't remember who broadcasted it, but like how they promoted it and how they did it. And he's like, yeah, this could have worked, but they didn't work it out in a good way. And when they did the American Song Contest, every state had their own artist representing them. So that was like every state had one act song competing. Eurovision, every country in Europe, or yeah, it's not all Europe. Um, there's a few countries that is technically not in Europe, but every country, and not all of them wants to participate either. Um, they send one song, and it has to be an original song, It has to be written for this particular competition. It can't be a song that's like a year old or something. It's newly released original songs, and they're being sung live. It's like a big event here. But every country has their own song. So yeah, it would yeah, the closest thing is that American Song Contest. No, it's not a well, it's kind of a songwriting, but also like a whole performance competition. It's a lot. It's high production value for sure. There is the React channel on YouTube. I do recommend, like, if you have not heard about Eurovision, the React channel, they react every year to like the top 10 songs of Eurovision, and I love to see those reactions. So if you've never heard about Eurovision, that is a good place to start because they do that on every year. They have reacted for quite a few years, and those videos are really easy to digest. Um, the um, the people reacting, they get to like guess who's the what where in the top 10 did this song place and whatnot. So start there. If you've never seen Eurovision, that's that's where I would start. Just search React Eurovision, and the channel is called React. All capital letters, I want to say. But it's really fun, actually, to see how other people react to it, and people from other places. Yeah, each country also decides their own representative. Um, oh, you thought you'd have to put your son in some type of home too? No fun. Um, with a combination, it seems like being a familiar setting would be better for your son. Yeah, yeah, that's. He would have been in a really bad place if he went away from the love and support he needs. Um, Usually by votes, yeah. So that's the whole thing. Like the Melodifestivalen that I'm gonna look at, it's 6 weekends now, and is it 5 or 6 songs competing every weekend, where two go straight to the final, and then two will have like a second chance later down the line, and then there's is it two that's gonna be eliminated, and that's gonna happen um every weekend for 5 weekends. Or is it no, they changed it. It's going to be 5 weekends, and then there's going to be like one final vote for those that made it into like, top 3 and 4 from the other ones. They're going to have a second chance, and two of those are going to be in the final, and then the last weekend it's final to pick the one song that's going to represent Sweden in Eurovision. Are they singing in English? That is totally optional. That is up to the country. There are songs in the Melodifestivalen which is in Swedish, and then there's some that sings in English. And I want to say the last, I don't know, 10, 15 years, all the Swedish songs that has actually won has been sung in English. There was one year where the song that won in Sweden was sung in Melodifestivalen in Swedish, but when they went to Eurovision, they sung the translated version and the English version in the actual Eurovision. So even though like a song might be sung in the original, like the home language in their, whatever voting system um, the countries are using, because some countries doesn't even use a voting system. Um, they can be like, oh, we want this artist. Can someone just write a song for this artist, and we're gonna send that. Um, in Sweden and Norway, there's like these big televised competitions for like a couple of weeks. I don't remember what UK is using now, but I know that they had some type of competition in the past, but I know that that has also changed, because I think that The UK has had a little bit of a, well, I don't know. To be honest, they're not really, it feels like they're not really serious about the songs that they are sending. So they're not really getting that many votes. And therefore, they end up kind of low very often. And I guess that's also adding to the fact that people don't want to see it if their country doesn't do good. Um, so that's, if you keep performing bad, I guess it's gonna lose viewerships as well. Yeah, you've had a rough lifetime with all of those things to battle. What do I have under? I have stuff on my under my slipper. A sticker. Um, Humans can be cruel. That is true. Eurovision is a meme in the UK and it has been for years. So stop sending crappy uh, acts. Send something good and get, on top of things and actually have a chance to win. And then it's not going to be a meme anymore because you actually see that you can do something. Who was it that sent the turkey? Was that Ireland or was it the UK? Someone sent a puppet turkey singing one year. There is memes in Eurovision for sure. Some acts are totally out there being like just silly, stupid. Um, and some countries take this as, we really need to fight. We really need to end up on top. Um, you don't want to win because then you'll have to host, and that's the point. So why are you even competing if you don't want to win? Isn't that the point of competing, that you want to win? You've always heard good things about Eurovision. I love Eurovision. It's just it's just my thing. You guys might have heard songs from the Eurovision that you didn't even know. There's artists that kind of was discovered through Eurovision. ABBA has played in Eurovision. They have won Eurovision. Celine Dion became famous for participating in Eurovision. That's how she was discovered. Um, Loreen, Euphoria. I know that that song has been played all over the world. A lot of people knows Euphoria. That won Eurovision one year. And she's from Sweden. She won for Sweden. She actually won for Sweden twice. With first Euphoria and then Tattoo. Yeah, you don't know how because she's Canadian. No, I don't know exactly how that works. You don't necessarily have to be for like from a country to compete. We've had Norwegians competing in Sweden. They actually would have won most likely if it hadn't been for the fact that Loreen was there. Like whenever she's there, she wins. That's just her thing. So if it hadn't been for the fact that she actually participated that year, we would have had Norwegian twins competing for Sweden, even though they're not even Swedish. One of them has a Swedish girlfriend. That's the only connection. But that's Tattoo came second. Yeah, that one was good. That one was good. That song. Um, you've not turned your back and never will. Your children will always be your babies. Well, that's how it works. Kids is always going to be babies. Uh, oh, why is it itchy? We get a little bit of shape now. It's looking good. I'm look. I'm happy with this. Yes. But is Tattoo really that famous all over though? Like I don't know how famous they are in other places. What other big artists do we have that has competed in Eurovision? You keep that for your channel? All good. Let's um So what do we have? Artists that turned famous from Eurovision. Okay, ABBA, of course, Celine Dion, Bonnie Tyler, Loreen, Julio Iglesias, he's a pretty famous one. I don't know how big Conchita Wurst is all over, but that's a very famous person, at least in Europe. I don't know if Conchita made it big in other places. Olivia Newton-John, she's in Greece, right? I didn't even know she was in Eurovision. Cliff Richard, Loreen, yeah. Johnny Logan. Well, Johnny Logan, how many times has he won? Måneskin, got pretty famous recently. They're just a few years ago. Måneskin won. Tattoo, they're on this list. Lulu, I do not recognize Lulu. Katrina and the Waves, Samantha Womack. Blue, Kim Marsh. Alexander Rybak, yeah, he won. He's big. He's big. Baccara? Baccara. Whatever. Can't pronounce all of them things. Michael Ball. Buck Fizz. Some of these are old. Donna International, I know she was a big one. Lucia Moniz. Yeah, not all of these is names I recognize, but I'm surprised that Olivia Newton-John is on this list because I didn't even know. Total Eclipse of the Heart. There was one famous artist, like a really famous artist a few years ago that just participated a little bit in Eurovision. He was like a sidekick to someone. Who was that? Who was that? There was, I want to say it's like a US rapper or something. Past participants have included Canadian superstar Celine Dion, yes. And yes, here it is. The American rapper Flo Rida joined the Italian singer Sennet to represent San Marino in the competition of 2021. So we've had Flo Rida competing in Eurovision. They didn't, that wasn't really a good thing. Yeah, they didn't do well. Um, Okay, so also groups were first allowed to compete in Eurovision Song Contest in 1971, a year after the Beatles broke up. That's the reason Beatles never participated in Eurovision Song Contest, because apparently groups were not allowed at that point. Did not know that. You learn something new every day. A squiddy one? Morten Harket represented for about 6 years ago because he speaks like 7 languages. Hello at Dawn's World. It's been a while since I saw you here. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope everything is good with you. 1, 2, 3, and now then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Increased round now. You just got off work and caught my live. Well, that is awesome. Did you have a great day at work? Do you get to relax and do whatever you feel like doing now? Or is it dinner time and adulting still needed before you can get a proper relaxed time? Everything is well, that is great. And another increase in this stitch. Totally relaxed time, that is great. What are you gonna entertain yourself with? You gonna be crocheting or something? Or just feet up, lean back, and nothing special? Have I decided if you're going to do another ball? I will be doing another ball. I will be doing one that is more of a like a middle ground between the two ones I have, I think. Because I'm totally fine with them being different, but I feel like the difference is a little too big. So I need one that is different, but not that different. Yeah, I think that's where I'm gonna end up on this. Squiddy came second in 2017. With you put the lotion on the skin or you get the hose again. And how am I gonna keep it stiff? What, the ball? Or what am I keeping stiff? There's plenty of things we need to keep stiff, but now you were talking about the ball. You're crocheting a zodiac doll, a Leo. Are you using the patterns from the Hobby? Because I've seen that they have zodiac doll patterns. Or do you have another pattern for that? You're glad you took the ice pack. You could do all the PT, but you're sore now. Oh, the middle bit? Oh, the middle bit is pretty stiff as it is. I do not believe I need to do anything more to that one. You need to finish the head, mane, hair, and tail. Are you crocheting the hair as a lot of little bits, like you know, chain and then single crochet up, and then you're making a lot of those? Because that is something I know takes quite some time. The cactus is well stuffed. It is well stuffed. It's from the Crochet Zodiac Dolls book by Carla Mitriani. Mitrani? I have not heard of that. You were gonna say that? Are you gonna do all of the zodiacs, like one of each? Or are you making for family members, so you might have to do two of one kind? Um, if you have two people born in the same month. A lot of those, a lot of those little, I don't know, what do we call them? It's kind of like tails, but yeah, a mane with plenty of those. I know Stine made quite a few curly ones as a mane for unicorns. So a lot of those, but they were also curly at the same time, like corkscrews. Nothing like a good stuffed cactus. Well, it kind of feels like it's stuffed good enough at the moment. I just need to make sure that the base is able to keep it up and that I attach them good together. That would be, because it is, it's standing up by itself. I don't think I have to worry about that. I guess it depends on how I attach it, and I have to definitely stuff more at the base because at the moment it's not fully stuffed here because it would just fall out since there's nothing holding it back. Yeah. I still have quite some yarn here left. I might not need all of this lighter orange, actually. We shall see. The older you get, the harder keeping it up becomes. And that is true. Um, there's ways to work around it. So you've been told? You have done one Aries, one Taurus, two sets of Geminis, you sold one Cancer, and two Scorpios, and you sold those, and then you're gonna do the entire book. So you're gonna do one of each. That is cool. So you're gonna make sure that you have like one of each for a display, so that you like just have one of each standing on a shelf or something. Or are you just happy to say that you made one of each even though you sold some? It's great that you did that though. You're now starting a second ball of yarn for the scarf. Well, good for you, David. You might actually finish this by Christmas, even though you said you're not sure what Christmas, but who knows? Maybe it's this Christmas. Keep it up. TBD says to Tam. Rise. Yep. That's I don't think that works, but hey. That sounds like a magic spell. Or at least that's how it sounds in my head when I say it. Each time you show them, someone wants them. But that's good. That is great. Joining a new ball is always fun. Then you know you made progress. Yeah, just like when you're using color changing cakes, like my favorite type of cakes, it's always fun to get a color change. Those are always very satisfying as well. I definitely did not expect to be sitting here crocheting my pin cushion for a week, but it feels like, yeah, this is a week's project. I guess it would have been faster if I didn't have to redo the balls so many times, but hey. Sometimes you need to practice to get it perfect. And in this case, it's what was needed. You've posted them on Instagram if we want to see pictures. I don't know if I have you on Instagram. What is your Instagram name? Is it the same? And also, Nightbot will drop your link if you type Sweden. Just like it just did. Go and throw some yarn at Stacy that just dropped her link. Why don't you? A Dawn's World, 01. Let's see if I can find you. Because I want to see what we're talking about. I want to see cute little zodiacs. Let's see. If I can type, it would be awesome. There you are. And I see a mermaid, but that's not a zodiac, right? And you have a pumpkin cat. And a ghost something? I don't know what that is. Oh, this one's gotta be one of the funnier ones. See? That one's looking cute. It looks like the potato from Toys R Us, but not, but kind of. That one was cute. Oh, that's the Scorpio. And you knitted a lot of ones too? Oh, loom babies. But is the... No, the mermaid just says it's a mermaid. But it's definitely a cute one. I do like the colors of the mermaid clothes. That is fun. You always have to redo the balls. Scarf is now 23 inches wide and 28 inches long. You think it's a little too wide? But you don't feel like it's finished yet. It's too wide, but it's not long enough. Oh, you have a Taurus and Aries there as well. I get to look more in depth in a bit, or later. But now I'm gonna have some chocolate. Because I have chocolate. They're standing too close. I can't resist. Yeah, I liked how you made the hair on the Scorpio. That was really pretty. Kind of like yeah, kind of like a Scorpio tail. Yeah. Okay. Should I continue to increase from here on out? I do not know. We need to test for fit and decide what size balls should be made. I'm thinking I'm gonna go for a larger size to match with the larger ball, because the smaller ball is just a little too tight. D Yummy Elmo! You stopped in to say hi and leave your thumb? You're going to decide on another amigurumi to make as you finished your second one. And it turned out okay? That is great. What did you do for the one that you finished? And what are the options for the next one? You know what? I'm gonna... Yeah, okay, we're finishing this row and then we're back looping it. Because it feels like it's tall enough to start, or to where the soil should be worked in. Noe! Hello, hello, good to see you. How are you doing today? More and more people popping in. Is it the people coming home from work and finishing dinner and get to sit down for a bit? You're trying to upload to your community tab what it is, and you think you're gonna make a new bunny pattern you just found. That sounds fun. Do you have any colors picked out for the new project? Or is that also something that you will have to figure out as you try and figure out what's the next project? You're on the bus back from the casino. You've been to the casino today. How did that go? Was it a good day at the casino? Too tight? You wish there was an easier way to share. You have not decided on colors, but there is a bunch to choose from. Well, there's plenty of ways you can share. Nightbot keeps dropping links to my Discord and to my Facebook group now and then. So you could share through one of those if you want to. In the Facebook group, there's a few people now and then that post pictures of what they're doing. So that is one option. Or the Discord. Sometimes it feels like the Discord is a little bit more active, but there's plenty of ways to share your things if you want to. At least with me. Of course, showing on your community tab is, of course, also an option. Or Instagram, or, you know, plenty of places. You won $204 on a machine. Great. Blanket hello to everyone in the room. Okay, so this is soil level. Now we're doing front loop only for a row. And then we will have a row to anchor the plant in. And I'm gonna do a few more rows before I get to a darker orange top edge type of thing. How often do you go to the casino, Noe? I know you've been there in the past. So, yeah, it wasn't my first time hearing about you at the casino, but it feels like you go there from time to time, right? How often-ish? And is it machines mostly? Is that your thing? Like slots or, what you call them? Slot machines. One-armed bandits. Yeah, how much did you put in? Or was that winning excluding how much you put in it? Is that like the pure profit? You don't understand Discord, it scares you. That's fine. 200 more in the squirrel fund? The squirrel fund. I don't think I've heard you mention that. What is that? Squirrel fund. About once a month or every 2 months. Okay, so you do go to the casino fairly regular. Is it I think you've said it before. Like how far is it for you? I do believe you said that there is a little bit of travel time to get there. And do you go to the same casino every time? Like do you have a preferred place to go? Or do you try different ones? You prefer the slots, but if you want to stall on time, you play video poker. You put in 40. I'd say that you had a good day then, yep. I am not good at card games. Like, if I'd ever do something, it's slot machines. We do have cruise ships that go between Sweden and Finland, and they have a few machines. They also have coin pushers. Coin pushers are very, I don't know, they're soothing to watch. You never win the money back. You always lose on coin pushers, but they're fun. It's fun to just watch other people put coins in, especially being on a boat. Like if the boat is a bit rocky, you might get lucky. So that is a little bit of an extra satisfaction part to those. Squirrel fund is where you tuck money away for emergency situations that requires money now. Good to have then. Yeah, you're stashing it like a squirrel would stash nuts for a rainy day or, winter is coming. Right now it's the same casino. You like the other ones because the buffet. But they have no buses. Why do squirrels swim upside down? To keep their nuts dry. Oh, that's a silly one. I love it, but it was a silly one. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not the only one laughing at that joke. You're gonna go adulting, be back later. Yeah, you have as much fun as you possibly can with that. And I hope to see you back here in a bit. Yeah, I don't feel like leaving anytime soon, so I'm probably gonna be here. I am not in a hurry to go anywhere. I do have to get up fairly decently early tomorrow-ish. 9:30. So I do have a time I need to get up. But then again, I slept half the day today, so I'm thinking pretty good on that. You have finally got it uploaded to the community tab if you or anyone else wants to look. Type Sweden in the chat, D, and Nightbot will drop your link so that everyone can pop over and take a look. Or if you want to say heck with it, go bonkers for Hobby Lobby's clearance sale. Yeah, that's the thing. The squirrel fund. Oh, why is it so bright? Oh, the purple one is not yours, but that's what it's supposed to look like. The multicolored one is the one you made. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, you guys need to go and check out. Ooh, cute little bunnies. Unicorn. Oh, the locks of the unicorn. Wow. There we go. Hey, wait. Why didn't I do that while I was there? Um, oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Um, and there we go. Must resist clearance sales. Shopping the stash. Yes, that's what we're trying to do. Hashtag shop my stash 2025. So far, so good. So far, so good. Once your crafting room is organized and redecorated, you're gonna start your fiber arts journey and we'll post on Instagram. That is great. You only went to a riverboat casino once. Is riverboat casinos I wouldn't say popular, but like can you find them like all over? Cuz it kind of feels like the only place where I can imagine a riverboat must be, or there might probably like a lot of them, Mississippi, right? There's got to be a bunch of riverboat casinos in Mississippi. But they got to be in other places too. But is it like all over the US, or is there places where like, oh, we can't have a riverboat casino because of, I don't know, gambling laws or something? Weird question, possibly, but we don't have riverboat casinos here. There's only a few casinos in Sweden, and up until a few years ago, it wasn't legal. So now there's a few casinos. I don't know if any one of them is privately owned. I think they're all like state owned. Um, I don't know exactly how that works, but it's been a big discussion here, and I haven't really been paying that much of attention. It was a bunch of years ago, so I was still young. Yarn fight. Everyone throws yarn left, right, and center. D is thrown back. Hopefully it lands landed on your shelf nicely. And that is cute. Gambling laws in Texas confuse you. Your casinos are either on native reservations or on casino ships in the Gulf. Hmm. I wonder why it's okay to have it on native um, land. Because I know I've seen that in movies or something. Like, isn't that a part of the series Yellowstone? Don't they have stuff like that, right? Where they talk about opening a casino, whatnot. And I have seen that one, so there's bells ringing from that. Right next to the cotton cakes. Good toss. I'm almost all the way around this row, so I will have back loops to connect the soil to 2 more stitches. And that is great. Yeah. So I'm thinking not that many rows more with this light one until I switch to the dark one, but we do need a lip of the plant pot, so that is what we're working on now. Due to old treaties, reservations often have some different laws. That is, I get that. They have their own laws and whatnot, but like, why is it so strict so that it's not the same in, like, if they can have it, why can't Texas have it? If you know what I mean. If like the old law says that they can have them over there, like, why did it change so that the rest of Texas can't? That is confuzzling. Totally see that confuzzling part of that. Oh well, we don't need to go into that too much in detail. I don't think we're gonna finish this one today, but I want to get this one finished this week. So we might have to finish it tomorrow. But I do feel like we should be getting fairly close to finishing today. Possibly. It definitely feels a bit better to have this position. I can work on this a lot longer today. Being a little bit more comfy like this. At least for now. My nose is cold. I don't even dare to go and look what temperature it is in here today. It feels colder than it did yesterday. I might have to go and check if Hobbii has some new shawl patterns released. I haven't used my Hobbii Plus patterns this month, so I have a few patterns to download. Maybe there's a new shawl pattern there that could work for the yarn cake as a bus project. It is a possibility. I will for sure have to go and check. A bit of stretching. Cheers, you guys. Yeah, almost out of coffee in that one. You're afraid to look at Hobby for patterns. You get distracted by yarn and you can't afford to order right now. I totally get that. There's a big chance of getting distractions when you're on pages like that, browsing for things, even just simple as yarns. Okay, I'm just... I'll be going for the bigger ball. Hello again, Tracy. Just looking at what the plant pot looks right now, even though it's falling down. But I do feel like the bigger ball is looking better with this, how much I have increased it. So it definitely feels like a bigger ball is needed. You got the plus pattern Numena? You mean the semicircular one that I have made to go with the baby blanket? I do have it in Sultan Deluxe Tourmaline? Tourmaline? I did it. Yes, this one. That's the only semicircle I have made. Oh. Mini-Me still has a fever. When's she gonna be better? She needs to be better soon, right? She can't have a fever all week. Don't like that at all. You need to try to sleep, but then hopefully you can sleep. Hey, something I haven't done the last few days, but I do see some headbands in the chat. I do see some green names. You guys, thank you for being awesome members. Yay! I should do stuff like that more often. Just press my buttons. I'm sorry I don't remember them all the time. Yeah, your balls are yellow. You're deciding what cardigan pattern to use your cotton for. You got 1,600 meters to work with. That is a good amount. I want to say that's the same amount I had for this one. This is 2 800-meter cakes. So yeah, you can get something fairly big with that. Night night, Rike. But then again, you're probably gonna knit, and when you knit, you usually use less yarn. Crochet stitches do eat a little bit more yarn. So, yeah. Why does it feel like you're hanging here all wonky? I don't know. Oh, the blanket is not in the center of the hanger. That's what it was all about. What pattern is that? That's my pattern. There's no pattern. I made it. Yeah, I need to make a pattern for that one, because I am really happy about how that one turned out. You want to crochet this one? So no knitting for a little bit? Well, yeah, sometimes you need a break or variation. So how thick did you spin the yarn? You got 1,600 meters, but ish how thick? because, well, the yarn or the one I just showed you, it's Dahlia, 4 strands not twisted together cotton cakes with 800 meters on each side. Oh wait, did I want to do... Oh yeah, let's do one more row. It's a sport weight, you'd say, so very similar to what I had to work with. Well, 1, 2-ish. Yeah, then you should be able to make something like what I just showed you without a problem. Will I give you updates on Eurovision? Of course I will. Of course I will. But Eurovision is usually in May, and these 6 weeks here now with Melodifestivalen is just to find who's going to be representing Sweden. But I know I talked about that last year, and yeah. I I did small updates or something. It was for sure mentioned. I don't know how much in depth I went. I don't remember that. You don't have any way to watch it? Well, I know Eurovision is usually broadcasted through YouTube on the Eurovision Song Contest YouTube page. So there is a way to see that when it's Eurovision. Melodifestivalen, however, that might be a different story with that one. I know that last year I actually did have small, little watch parties almost. Not really big watch parties, but I did have some company. Um, I was watching Melodifestivalen, and I do believe also some Eurovision at the computer. And I was in StreamYard, and I was sharing through StreamYard to some people that was joining in just to sit and hang out. But, there's a limitation to how many people you can be in StreamYard, and that is not something I can do live due to copyright reasons and whatnot. But it's a fun thing to do, with a few people behind the scenes. Have I ever used vegan cashmere? That's the point store yarn, right? Then yes. The vegan cashmere, which one is that? I don't have the labels left on the bands of the yarn. Vegan cashmere. Is that the one that is ribbon-y? Or is that the... Which one is that? Which one is that? Vegan cashmere. Now there's a non-sequitur if you've ever... So yeah, that it's kind of it's a cotton yarn. Yeah, right. Okay, that's the one. I do like that one. I used color number 9. What makes a yarn vegan? Well, you have to think about different things that goes through the process. In this case, it's a cotton yarn. And somewhere along the line, other yarns, I guess, might be treated somehow with products, or in the dye process, there might be dyes that has some part from some type of, I don't know, something not okay for vegans. But I did use that yarn in this one. The yarn is the very, very bright neony green in here. It's a tube tube yarn or a chain spun yarn, but not with the filling, so it's like a flat yarn, like almost a ribbon, but it is soft. And I did all of this with the same hook size. I do believe that that one could definitely have used a bigger hook size than I used for this, but as you see, there's plenty of different fibers. I did get one of each of all the yarns from the Point store that is, you know, not animal yarns because I can't do them. And then there was two new yarns at the time also. Seashell and another one. Both of those are linen yarns, so that sparked my interest. So I had to get those. So the linen yarn is this, the beige one or sandy one, and I want to say that the green one over there. All the other yarns are Point store yarns. We have the vegan cashmere with the green one. What else do we have in the Point store? We have Morning Salutation, I want to say is one. Morning Salutation, also a vegan yarn. That's the wine colored one. And that one was a bit more splitty than I expected. Yeah, some dyes are made from animal products and also, or animal proteins even. There might be other parts of the process when you process a yarn where there might be products that is like, you know, you might have used some type of animal product in the processing to make something. The blue is a thin kind of like macrame type yarn. I don't remember what the name of that one is. Wait, I can check the Point store. That is easier. Ecovita. Ecovita is the light blue. That's a Point store yarn. And then it feels like I'm missing something. Gossypium cotton tweed. That is the darker green up here. That's the Gossypium tweed. So I did get one of each just to try them out so that I can try them out and let you guys know what I think and if it's worth it. So that's you know, the thought process behind this one is getting all of the yarns and swatch them. And I do believe that it turned out like fine. It's a fun project. I did leave yarn ends in. I did crochet over them, but it just adds to the look. Definitely would get more of that vegan cashmere. I did love how that crochets up. I was actually thinking that it could turn out work good as a bag for sure. So that is one thing I would consider using it for. It definitely works in this piece of clothing, but yeah, I do believe that that one would be better with a little bit of a thicker crochet hook, or yeah, bigger size crochet hook. But yeah, some of the other ones would have been a bit weird with a bigger hook. Crimson dye is made from crushed beetles. Hello, Nifty! You just joined, but I've been here for 4 hours. Yeah, I'm probably going to be here for another 2 hours or something, most likely. It might even be more than that, because I don't know how to quit. That's just me. So yeah, welcome in. And I haven't seen you for a little bit. This week I've been here every day since Sunday. I'm gonna be here tomorrow as well because that's just what I do when I don't have the kids at home. And you might get a giggle when I tell you what I'm working on today. It's wonderful news. You're gonna be here until I sign off. Okay, so we're being a bit silly this week. This is a plant pot. That isn't anything, you know, weird about a plant pot, right? I need a new pin cushion because I have like over 200 blocking needles that I don't know what to use or like where to put. So I decided that I'm gonna make a plant. It's gonna be a prickly plant, but we have one part here And then I need to make another ball because we've been playing with ball sizes. So I'm gonna make another ball because I need that. But I think you can see what my cactus has a special shape. So we're making a prickly cactus or a prickly cactus because it's gonna be full of blocking pins. Yeah, you might be giggling now, or you might be running to the leave button, which is also fine. All good. On the Hobby Point store, it is listed Kremke Soul Wool Vegan Cashmere Cotton. Yeah, that's the one. Exactly. So there's no beetles crushed in the dyes or whatnot, whatever it can be. The wonderful world of me. The cactus special name is great. Very clever. Yep, it's Mr. Cactus. The prickly one. Sir, we do have oh, where is it? I don't know if we have the Abundance the Third. What was it, the name? And maybe if I say it, we might get a visitor if the right ears hear it. But yeah, um, maybe it's too early. And I have apparently inspired some people to consider making pin cushions of their own in similar shapes, which is perfectly fine. I've seen people create these types of, crocheted hybrid plants in Facebook groups and on Instagram for quite some time. But I don't think anyone, or I haven't seen one so far, use them as a pin cushion. And that wasn't my initial plan. I just felt like I needed to make one for myself because I have made one in the past, but that one was gifted as a birthday present. And I was like, I need to make one for myself because I'm silly like that. And then it's like, I'm gonna make it into a pin cushion. It's gonna be prickly, full of needles, all my T-pins. Cedric overheard crochet pin cushion and recommended either a porcupine or a hedgehog. Little does he know. Are you gonna fill him in? Cause feel free to fill him in on the prickly plant, and see what type of facial expression you'd get. Cause we already know that he thinks I'm bonkers. So just add to the whatever name he has currently named me. I Yeah, you need to tell him. I want to know what nickname is he gonna give me, um, out of this. We need to know. I need to know. Hmm. Hmm. I'm thinking one more row of the light and then go to dark, maybe. Uh, Spoon! Welcome in! We have plant pots in the making. It's making progress. Um, Also, I had to pack this bag because I totally forgot that it's this Saturday I'm going to the Knit Cafe all day event with Rita. So I need to have things to bring with me. And I have decided that this one is also going to be my brush project for Friday, but I don't know what to do. So I was asking everyone who like favorite shawl patterns or something to maybe get some inspiration. But I have packed quite some yarn in here. I don't know if I'm finished with packing yarns, but I definitely have a couple of options of things that I can do at that event because it's 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Yeah. You were wondering about the bag packing? Yes, we needed projects for an all day event. That's just what needed to happen. But I don't know what this one's gonna be. It just needs to become something. Wait, you packed that many projects for one day? Well, the thing is, I'm not always, I might want to do something for a bit and then I need a break and then I'll take something else. But I don't know what that else would be, so I'm just giving myself some options in case I get bored. Because I'd rather have a couple of options than just bring one thing and get bored. Because that happens sometimes. So this will become something for. Has my minimalist project packing not influenced you? No, because you want to see what I packed? I have a bunch of different yarns. That is so far looking like this. And I have come to the conclusion that I'm not gonna use all the yarn that I was first planning to, because I have a bunch of these Pioneer Woman skeins that I got from Rita, and I have a bunch, but now it is blue, and I talked to Rita earlier, and her mom needs a wheelchair blanket, and she loves blue. So I was like, maybe I should just make this big enough for a wheelchair blanket instead of like using it until I run out of yarn, because I wanted to kind of stash bust and see how big it would become, but now it kind of feels like it might have a different purpose. Um, so I think that's what that's gonna become, and that requires a couple of skeins of yarn, right? And then I might start on the turtles. So I did pack the turtle yarns because I need to make turtles. So I did pack that in case I decide that it's a good day to start with those. Um, if you tell him now, he will know what is going on, and you'll be robbed of the. Oh right, you're gonna make one too. That is true. That is true. If you take one thing that you love, you'll not get bored. The thing is, I don't have anything currently that I love that I can bring with me. So that's that. I need to start something new. All Almost 2,000 points. You're still not sure what to pick. Oh, a couple of wheelchair blankets, so one will be washed and she'll always have to use. Oh, right, I could make multiple if I have too much yarn. But I think Rita's gonna make something too. And then I got two of these because I want to try this yarn. This is from the Stanley order. I think we're making a bag out of this because I think it's enough. We have talked about it, and it should be enough for a bag. I am really curious to see how that one works up. So that one ended up in the bag. And don't get mad at me because I know that you might get jealous now, but I'm bringing a jade. I'm bringing jade to the event in case I decide to start using that one. Spoon has the yellow jade, but Spoon is in a hospital far from the jade, and she was missing the jade. So I'll think of you if I use it. I'll think of you and wish that you'd have yours to play with, and I'll let you know what I think about it in that case. But I don't really have a pattern or idea for anything. I just feel like I need to have something that I can enjoy working on. Um, so we'll see. There might be more stuff ending up in there. There might be some stuff coming out. It's still a few days left, so I have time to change my mind. You could also make a wheelchair cushion. Oh, cushion cover to match it. That is smart. You pick the project bags with your hobby points because they always come in handy. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You like the purple? Yeah, the purple is good. You love the colorway I picked for that bag. Well, it was either that or the other one, and I kind of have a little bit of a more, I don't know, I love this colorway a bit more. Um, but since I don't know what the yarn, like how it works up, I kind of want to save this one uh, to see how it works up before I decide what this, if it works better for um, another type of yarn, like project. So yeah, I'm saving this one until I know if I like to work with it or not. If I don't like to work with it, it's just going to be pretty on my shelf forever. You're good. You're making clay beads now to soothe your desire for bright colors, and you're happy with your one knitting project. The jade is chanting cowl to you. I'm thinking wrist warmers or like fingerless gloves. That is what it's been on my mind since I put it in my cart, but I don't know if that's where we're ending up. Wait, what? It's sinking in slowly but surely. What are you packing for? You hope I'm visiting Toronto. So, Friday, I'm gonna be spending an hour on a bus going to another city and then an hour on the bus coming home. I need something to work with. So, this is what was picked that I can easily take with me for that bus trip. On Saturday, I will be going to an event that is once a year. It's my local church that has organized like knit all day cafe type of thing. 2 Mondays a month there is a knit cafe, and I try to go there once in a while. Um, it has been hard since I, moved to my own place. I've had kids when that has been, so I haven't been able to go there. Um, but yeah, it's not just it's called the Knit Cafe because most of the people I guess have been knitting in the past. There's not that many crocheters, but there's more and more crocheters. So the event is from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And it's just like 50 fiber freaks in the same place hanging out. Rita will be joining me from after lunch. So she's also um, she's gonna join in also with the fun, which is going to be fun because she hasn't been. Well, she was here in town for like 15 minutes when she gave me this bookshelf in the middle of her moving travel stuff, but she still hasn't been able to get to visit me at home. But at least she's gonna take the bus over to this town and get to hang out a little bit. Um, for a few hours. So I need projects to keep me happy for like 10 hours. And I wanted to have a couple of things to pick between because I don't have anything right this minute that is easily traveling with me that I'm invested to make it. I've been looking around at my whips and I don't have anything like, oh, let's bring this one because I really want to finish it. I just feel like I need to start something new. So that's why we're packing this one. I have made sure I have scissors, I have stitch markers, I have crochet hooks. So I'm pretty set on all of those things. Um, so yeah, that's why I'm packing this bag. This bag has been awesome to go with me on. It was with me last year for the same event. There's also, hopefully, a few pop-up shops. There has been one hand dyer. She's been there both of the last 2 years. I really would love if she's there again because I really need Rita to get to feel her yarn. That would be really lovely if Rita could get to play with that yarn because it's gorgeous. And if there is, I did make a short last time to show off some of that yarn, but I'll try to do something this year as well so that you guys get to see a little bit of what those days are like. Your jade is going to be fingerless mitts. You're getting inspiration. Yeah, it's a day trip. Wrist warmer works. Apparently you want a cowl. Looks at stashed yarns. Fiber freaks. Rita needs a fun day. Yep. Startitis is real. Keep it to yourself and don't spread it to us. I'm not spreading anything. Nope. But I do need suggestions for shawl patterns. Because I need to figure something out to do on the bus on Friday. Also, I will definitely not get that far with the turtles. I might get to do like the fins, start with the heads, start with the shells. I'm not bringing any stuffing, so anything that would require stuffing will not be, finished more than to the point where it's ready to get stuffed. Because stuffing is not something that travels good. I don't want it all over the place. So that's the plan with that. I'm not sure I'm in love with any of the projects that I've been picking things for at the moment. Not to the point where like, yeah, I'm gonna work on this all day. But it's definitely stuff I can work on, but not like a whole day of one project. I don't love any of these enough for that. You're not good at pattern suggestions. You're Elizabeth Zimmerman vibes. Memorize a couple basic math formulas for all the things. Yeah, I can definitely um, understand that. Like some patterns I have memorized, some things it's just really easy. But I'm not in the mood for too easy. I want some different things. I have done so many different ones. I kind of feel like I need something new. If that makes sense. Oh, why is it hurting? You get it? You get in those moods? Yeah, I guess like just this blanket that I recently finished, I kind of feel like stuff like this is what I'm in the mood for ish. But I can't see myself making this one again. Um and I just recently finished Rita's poncho. When I did that one, like there's actually it's a blanket pattern that I did alter to make the poncho, or someone else altered the to make it a poncho, but it's not the full blanket. And I at some point want to do the whole blanket, but I don't know what yarn to use for that. I also have yarn that I had at one point decided that hey, I'm gonna use this yarn to make that specific poncho, but now I did it for Rita instead in a different yarn. So I was like, should I make that as a poncho again with the yarn I intended to, or is it like I've done it. Now I don't need to do it, and I'll find something else to use the yarn for. It's a little bit of thinking. You're gonna go and watch a tutorial of what? Clay beads? You love the blanket. Was it hard for you? Yeah, no, it wasn't. You're in a texture phase? Definitely, definitely. This blanket is a Hooked on Sunshine's design. It is a repeat. You might see these darker, the wine colored stripes. That is the outside color of the cake. But in between there's a repeat, and then there's also a stripe up here. So it's just repeating the same thing over and over again till you get your size that you want, other than the center. As when you've done the center, it's repeating. The patterns are really, really well written. I have done a few patterns by this designer. This is the Thingamabob. What do I have close by? Damn it, I keep talking about Mini-Me's blanket. I don't know how many times I've been like, Mini-Me's blanket, it's not here. Mini-Me's blanket, it's not here. I've said it every day this week. I'm gonna go and get the Mini-Me's blanket. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Okay, Mini-Me's blanket. Another repeat. Same designer, Hooked on Sunshine. But it's another one. And it's a bit bigger. This one took 4 cakes. I'm gonna try and not tangle myself to the cord too bad. But the center of this one is a smaller square compared to the other one before the repeat starts. Because you can see this type of shape here is also over here. So this is, you know, the edge. So it's just a smaller square in the center. Is this the doodad or the whatchamacallit? No, this is the whatchamacallit. Whatchamacallit and 4 cakes of Dahlia. Starting from the outside in of a cake, going to, well, outside into yellow, yellow to pink. That's inside out, outside in, inside out. So 4 cakes. Whatchamacallit. I'm pretty sure that's the whatchamacallit. And then I have a doodad hanging over here. Or it's the other way around, but it's one of the two. And this is 2 cakes. So I have done, you know, different sizes just for different reasons, right? And here we do see the white is the center square, and then we have the repetitions. So you just continue until you get the required size. And in my case, it's like until I run out of yarn. I did one with 4 cakes until I ran out of yarn. This one is 2 cakes, going from inside out, outside in, Sultan Deluxe 2 cakes. And what I did now was 1 cake, just so that I have another, you know, size reference. How big is it when I make 1 cake blanket? Is it okay for like a stroller? I did get suggestions that it's good for like a baby car seat. So that also is a good size. But you do see that this center square is a little bit bigger than the other ones. Take a pen and notebook with me. In case I decide to make my own pattern, or what do I need a pen and a notebook with? Probably a good idea though. So yeah, I have 3 blankets that I've made here. I have done more baby blankets in these patterns in the past. Doodad was the first one I did. That was a commission for my neighbor at one point. I have done a phoenix. That's the same pattern as I used for Rita's poncho. But I did a small baby blanket out of that one, and that is not a repeater pattern. So I have actually not done a full phoenix. So I'm kind of feeling like I need to do a full phoenix at some point. Because I know it's like 90 rows or something, and I did, what, like 40 rows? 60 rows? For Rita's poncho. Like I didn't even, like, I guess halfway or something. So I don't really know. when I should do the phoenix, what yarn. I did also find the turtle that inspired, well, that I'm gonna do with the turtle yarns. This is the turtle I made, and now I'm gonna make 2 more of this. This is Mini-Me's Christmas present, but the yarns that was used for this is not available anymore. And also the people that wants turtles gets to pick their colors, of course. So there's gonna be green with blue and green with brown. But this is the green, and this is the blue for one, and the other one's gonna be green and brown. So now I have the turtle here. So you guys know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the turtle yarns. Because Mini-Me's not here, so we can have the turtle here. It can sit there and look at you guys. Because it's cute. Spoon is back. Did you enjoy your tutorial? You got coffee. Great. You would love to hang that on the wall. It's so beautiful to look at. Which one? All of the above? You will pick the Friends Cotton Mini Pack. You want to learn to make granny squares. Would this yarn be good for that? It is good for that, for sure. Mini Mandas always makes you think of Easter vibes. That turtle is fantastic. Thank you. Very good tutorial. Great, great one. The small blanket, I put it back behind me, right? This one. So yeah, this was just a project that I worked on the bus, using one cake. Because if anyone at some point asked me to make a blanket, I now have a blanket with 1 cake, a blanket with 2 cakes, and a blanket with 4 cakes to use as reference for, like, oh, if you want this type of blanket, this is the type of size you'd get for, you know, this takes 1 cake. And I have, that was the plan behind it, so that I have references, right? Also, I didn't really love this color. So it needed to be something that I'm not really sad about, whatever. If it doesn't look good, it doesn't look good. But it's hanging out over here because it can. The cotton minis is very nice. They are very nice. And you can definitely make a couple of granny squares out of those. No problem at all. I have a bunch of the mini packs. But yeah, granny squares isn't my favorite thing to do, but it's definitely a good thing to practice. I just am not a fan of kind of the, yarn tails of that part. So I'm a bit too lazy to make granny squares. But that's just me. Ah, I don't know what fiber it is, but there's something itching my nose. It feels like there's fibers. Or dust. I don't know. Something is irritating. I'm on one side being like, should I just use this yarn until it's out so I don't have any leftovers? But I could just as well just put the leftovers in the scrap basket. Because I don't want it too tall. And we need to make the top edge thing as well. So that's gonna add some height to this. And I should probably start that like soon. Yeah. I'm gonna switch to the other color now. I think this will be a good time to do that. And I will cut this right now. And this is what we have left over, and it goes in the scrap basket pile. Because I don't need any more of that. And let's pick up the other color. That is a little tangly. So all the people that has recently joined, what are you up to? Or anyone that hasn't answered my question. Or maybe you switched to do something else. What is going on over at your place? Is it snack time? What's the snacks? Are we crocheting? What are you guys doing? It's the yarn gremlins that makes my nose itch. Why are the yarn gremlins making my nose itch? What did I do to did I not satisfy them today? Do I need to sacrifice something? What do I need to sacrifice to the yarn gremlins? I need to know so I can stop itch. Almost time for dinner. What's for dinner? I have chocolates and stuff to drink. I have snacks, but I don't feel like snacking right now. I have cheese and crackers and stuff, but I don't feel like crumbling cheese and crackers all over my yarn. So that is not for like yarny time. That is more for watching other things, like YouTube videos, or you're working on another blanket. What colors is this blanket? You're thinking you're going to teach yourself crocheting and knitting by alternate between the crafts per month. Per month? I don't know if that would... I guess it will... If that feels right for you, then that's what you should do. Some people can learn stuff like doing one thing one day and another thing another day. But just crocheting and knitting, maybe it might be confusing to figure both out at the same time. Maybe do one for a little bit longer before you start with the other one, and then you can alternate a little bit, but I don't know. That is definitely something for you to try out. You might like one more than the other, and then you're doing one more than the other. Hello to all the knitters. Biscuits and sausage gravy. Isn't that more of a breakfasty thing? Or I guess you could eat that at any time. I just have heard that that is a popular breakfast food. Being bistitchal opens up many possibilities. You work on whichever when the mood strikes you. That is also very true. I know how to knit. I don't feel like it's my thing, so I don't do it. You're working with yellow yarn you don't normally. It's really delightful. You're making a blanket that has bobbles in it. You love it and you're a beginner. So you don't like yellow normally because of reasons, but just being whatever color yellow and the blanket pattern you're doing, it's working up good. That is great. There's plenty of colors that I'm not a fan of, especially like color combinations, but they can work up really good and they can work really good in certain things or like together with colors you didn't expect them to. There's plenty of yarn cakes like the one behind me where I might not like one color, but together with other colors, it looks good. And you can have a cake that looks good and then you work it up and it's like, no, no, not a good combination. You do both crochet and knit and sometimes even on the same project. That is also a thing that can definitely happen. You can knit a blanket and crochet a border. I've seen that plenty of times, or knitted sweaters with crocheted cuffs and edging. You're gonna change color, but you started with yellow. What other colors are you gonna use as well? Getting ideas for your fiber arts journey goals. You're back at, no, be back. You have to watch the same tutorial again. It was doing good until you cut it smaller and then it looked messed up, so you're starting over. Good luck. It's breakfast, but you're having breakfast for dinner. You can do that. That I have done more than once. Yarn gremlins are just mischievous. They like running off with stitch markers. Oh, that's the people that hides, it's the yarn gremlins that hides crochet hooks and steal stitch markers. How many people has lost crochet hooks to the couch? And the most funny ones is the ones where you're losing your crochet hook and it's stuck in your bra. I've seen pictures of that so many times in different Facebook groups. Like people just put it in there in between and then they're like, "Where's my crochet hook?" Um, you like making things that can be warm. You don't see people wearing yellow a lot. Crafty Witch is in the house. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Have you had a good day? Do you get to sit down and relax soon, or it's still busy at this time of the day for you? And the second blanket you're working on is mauve, off-white, and sage green. That is a good color combination. Yep. If you focus on each month, you can get better by more practice. Secondly, you want to learn both. If you need a hand looking, just let me know. I'll remember that. I am pretty good. I just realized today that I'm going away. Well, I've known that I'm going on the bus on Friday, and I need a project that's easy to take on the bus. But I totally didn't remember that it's this Saturday that I'm going to like a knit cafe all day event from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And I need projects for that. So, I got some help with picking yarn. I filled this bag up because I need some projects. In case, I don't know what I want to do, but at least I have some yarns to pick and choose from so that I can entertain myself for those hours. Um, so yeah, that's I don't know how I couldn't like why did I not realize it was this week? It's days just all over the place. I know it's my birthday soon, but it's like, oh, it's my birthday next week. To me, it feels like it's like 2, 3 weeks away, but it's my birthday next week. It's still, yeah, it's we're not there yet. Then again, on the 9th will be a little birthday celebration here, and as you might be able to see, there is something else on this shelf. It's not that big basket of yarn balls with eyes. I have a present to open on the 9th. So that's going to be fun. So we all get to sit here and drool over that one for however many lives I'm doing before the 9th. Um, and we get to see on the 9th what it is. But if I'm suffering looking at it every day, then you get to suffer with me. Not that you get to see it as much as I do, because I'm not going to be live every day until the ninth. But hey, it's all good. The colors will be yellow, cornflower, white, gray, black, and you'll see how big it is after that. That sounds like a good combination. It's dinner time. Tonight it's chicken, spinach, and feta casserole, snap peas, squash, and bread. Did you cook it? You've been to the PT. Did you have time to cook? You're open to suggestions. How should I approach learning crochet and knitting? Anyone has any good suggestions for that? I don't really know what the best way would be. You might have ADHD. You need to stay more focused. I think there's a couple of us that might have something similar. I don't have anything on paper, but I'm just guessing a little bit here. You tend to do a knitted envelope border on your mosaic crochet projects. I have not thought about that way. You think it's great to search YouTube for tutorials. That is also very true. You misplace hooks and needles by putting them in your hair bun like hair sticks. That's also a place to put them. You're always searching on YouTube. You need to start creating. You do the same in your bra straps. It's just how it works. Okay, back. Second attempt is right size and looks good. Great. So hopefully you don't have to redo it again. And I will be doing front loops only for a row. So I have another back loop to attach to. The yellow yarn you're using is called Butter. It's really nice. What type of yarn is it? Like fiber, content, brand? Because I'm guessing Butter is just the name of the color. If I just set, I need new glasses. If I just set them down, the cats play with them. So instead of letting the cats take them, do you hide them from yourself even? But definitely risky to let the cats play with things. Then they can be lost forever. Yep. So how many do you have in your hair at the moment? What you keep getting lost are socks. You have a bag full of them missing the other. Oh, that is definitely a thing. Oh, what was it? There was something else that keeps getting missing. Uh, I know someone at some point was joking around about like the other missing sock and something turning into something. Oh, I don't remember. Now I'm just rambling. I don't remember. But there was some funny jokes. Time to go to bed, David. You have to be up early again tomorrow. Long day traveling. Where are you traveling to? But good night and sweet dreams. You started washing all your socks in laundry bags to stop the dryer from eating them. So far it has worked. That is good. That is good. Fun fact, when you're getting dryer repaired, you found like 20 socks under the drum. They really actually disappeared in the dryer. Wow. I tend to realize that when there's a sock missing, the other one is still in the laundry basket. Because it's not always that I get, if I just take some dirty laundry out of the laundry basket, it's not always that all of it fits in one machine, so there might still be some in the bottom. I don't do laundry every day because I need to have enough to fill the machine. Um, but if that's the case, um, the other one is just going to be in the next machine like a week or so later, depending on how often I need to wash the laundry. Why am I so sneezy today? What was this, the third time? Sneezy and itchy nose. There's something going on here. There's definitely something going on. Maybe it's because I've been cold a few days since I did turn the extra heater off so that they can get good measurements. So I have been freezing like every day, all day for a few days. That could be the reason. Um, you could have all my socks. You can't wear them because of your sensory issues. Yet people still keep buying you socks. You literally have about 80 pairs still in their wrapping unused. Okay, okay, I'm good for you. You really don't need more socks. Why are people still buying you socks? You learned crochet by watching Bag O Day on YouTube. I did use a little bit of Bag O Day videos, tutorials, learning to crochet, but definitely not just her videos. She does have good tutorials though. You've been drying herbs to make tea. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Tam, do you have any cute designs on them? Sunflower might want them if they got cute designs. That is a good thing. You can donate them to shelters. Very Pink Knits is a good one to watch YouTube to learn to knit. Very Pink Knits, is that a YouTube channel for just knitting tutorials? Since I don't knit, I don't know the knitters. So yeah, awesome that you have good knitting suggestions for like beginner tutorials. Thank you for that. You love it when she shows yarn hauls? I'm guessing Bag O Day. Because Bag O Day has some great yarn hauls. I do love to see what she's been getting in when she's got lucky bags from Hobbii in the past, like all the cake yarns. Because I also did get a bunch of those mystery bags of cake yarns from Hobbii. I never got lucky enough to get the Sultan Deluxe ones. I just got regular Sultans, shadows, and pastels, but I would have loved to get the deluxe ones. She seemed to get quite a good selection of those. Mm. You only had tea from tea bags? Just basic black and white ankle socks, really. Well, you should donate them. If you don't need them, they can definitely be helpful. Get good use by someone else. You could at least get rid of, half if you're not going to use all of them. Save a few for like if you might need them. Don't give them all away. That would be silly. Because at some point you might actually have to buy some if you give them all away. But by the sound of it, that's not going to happen. I'm just the type of person that would never put my feet in shoes without socks. That's just me. None in your hair right now. Okay. But then again, you went to the PT and stuff, so you haven't spent that much time yet to sit down and fill your hair up with hooks and needles. I'll give it a few hours, and then you're probably going to have one there, right? It's very fun to make your own blends and flavors. Do you have a favorite flavor blend? I'm not a tea person. I only have peppermint or vanilla tea when I'm sick. I don't like tea. I don't like honey, but I do honey with milk or tea with milk and honey when I'm sick. So that's a telltale sign. Amanda's sick, she's drinking tea. That's just how I work. I am definitely a coffee person. You saw in Outlander that Claire picked herbs. You think she made a brew of something in that show? Plenty. Yep, I do love the Outlander series. All your mateless socks end up as cat toys or yarn cozies. You can easily make a cat toy out of a random sock. You just put some catnip in it and make a knot at the end, maybe a little bit of stuffing of some sort, and then you have a cat toy. Maybe a little bell in it for funsies, for added something. You love chocolate mint black tea or peach green tea. Chocolate mint sounds like something I would actually consider trying because I love chocolate, I like mint, and as I said, peppermint is one of the flavors I actually do. It's expensive to make your own herbal tea. I guess it could be cheap if you grow some of the stuff yourself, but if you don't have a garden to grow things and have to buy it, then there's another story for sure. You do dog toys and you grow your own herbs. You know what Tam can do with all the socks? Do I dare to ask Sunflowers what your suggestion is? Because there's suggestions that might be a bit odd, or you know, um, or maybe that's just me. Very Pink Knits is a channel for knitting tutorials and tips. You're planting your herbs next week to start growing. That's nice. You can start your own sock theater. Sock puppet. This is your daily reminder that unless it comes from a tea bush, it's not actually tea. It's a herbal infusion. We need a daily reminder for that. Hobie never has any cake bags when you order. No, they are out of that because they only did the cake bags for a period when they actually rebranded the whole cake series. What is now Sultan used to be Twirl. And that name is a bit too similar with the sheepies Whirl because they have whirl cakes. So I don't I don't know why that was, but they're just rebranded to Sultans instead. So all the cakes that had the old label got the labels removed and they were just put into these mystery bags. And since the rebranding is, over and done with, they're probably not going to do any mystery cake bags unless they have other type of rebranding because they've done the same now with all the recycled cotton mystery bags. That was it Everyday? I think they had, yeah, Everyday Stitch, yeah, Everyday something. And now they renamed them to Daily Stitch instead of Everyday. So there was a bunch of rebranding again, and they made a lot of mystery bags also with, they had like their own mega balls, but they were everyday acrylic, and now they're Daily Stitch. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of that. I do believe that like the acrylic mystery bags, the cotton mystery bags, and the wool mystery bags, that is not rebranding, but you might get like a lot of odd ends, or not odd ends, but like that's more of a mystery. Um, a lot of different things in those. You never know what to get. It can be one skein of one thing, or like it can be five skeins of the same yarn and same color. Um, I do wish that they would make more mystery bags because mystery bags are fun. Nurses came in. That happens. Just add googly eyes. Just add googly eyes to what? To everything? Oh, you mean to the sock puppet theater company? Um, Old school teapots. You have herbal tea in the US. Is that wrong? Yeah, cake bags. Hobie used to have mystery bags where you could get 4 yarn cakes. So a lot of my yarn over here, I do have some still without the label. Um, they are from mystery bags. So it was a disc, a better price, a low price, no ball bands, and you didn't get to pick the colors because it was whatever color they picked for you. So it was a mystery, but just with 4 cakes in each bag. I did get one cake bag at one point just um, for funsies, and then I was gifted um, 6 bags at one point because they had like, it was a good price for the mystery bag itself, but then it was like, I don't know, 25% off. So it was even better deal. Like if you buy 6, you get whatever percentage. So I was like, yeah, I want this. So I got gifted that. So I had plenty of cakes, and I still have some of those left, which I'm really happy about because yes, you can never have too many cakes. At least not me. I love my cakes. Chocolate mint black tea is amazing. It sounds good. I don't know if it's available here. I don't think I've ever seen it. No, I haven't seen it at the store. I might have to go to like one of those tea/coffee shops that has tea on. Um, you buy them like by weight and get a bag, and then I need, one of those little something to put the tea in to not have leaves all over in it. Maybe I could be there could be a way for me to order it online somewhere, but it doesn't feel like there's something that I don't know. It doesn't feel like I would do that. If I stumble across it in a store, I'll pick it up. Otherwise, I'm not gonna get it. Lucky bags are fun. Mystery bags are fun. Yeah, everyday acrylic is now daily stitch. But also there's the recycled cotton and a bunch of different ones. Like that whole series got they ditched the everyday name and renamed all of them and made a bunch of mystery bags. I did get one bag of that recycled recycled cotton. They're hanging out no over there somewhere. Ugh. And I had no idea what to do with that, but I have quite the amount. I also got some more of those. Um, was it in the advent calendar from Rita? I want to say I got some in the advent calendar. Not sure if that was where I got them. I know I got some from Rita, but yeah, that would be my guess. Okay, so now I have almost done a full row again with front loops only. Um, because I want to be able to anchor this little edge thing just like I did in the past. So I did down here, I did front loops only when I was at the bottom, and then I did a few rows, and then when I got to here I attached to the back loop. I have also done one row down here with front loop only because that's where I'm gonna attach the soil layer, and now I did front loops only, and I'm gonna crochet a bunch of rows of this dark one, and then I'm gonna fold it over and attach to the back loop so we get kind of a lip like here, so like a double layered um, edge for details. But now I'm just gonna crochet single crochets for a bunch of rounds. I don't know how many, but I want to do this a bit a bit bigger than what we have at the bottom. So I'm probably gonna make it quite long, and then when it's folded double, it's gonna be not as big, but yeah, we get a bulky top lip, or whatever we decide to call it, but that is my plan for this. Mm, 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 mm. I was thinking about something crafty. Um, I want to say that I kind of don't remember your name. uh, I know it was said in the chat yesterday. It's something with an A, but now I can't remember. Why did that bother me? I'm just trying to learn some new names. Some names are easier to remember, but I know I saw it, and now I feel like I need to remember it. Um, but from what I've seen, that's what I was getting to. You like to use hot glue for your project. Is that something that makes things a lot easier? Like I own a hot glue gun, but I never use it. I like use it 3 times or something since I got it in, I don't know, 2015. No, probably a lot longer ago than that. But I get it when you're putting little like the doors on the mushrooms has houses and whatnot, that could be useful. But is it useful for a lot of things more than that? Catching up again. Doctors came by. You have apple tea and a tea kettle. Apple tea? Hmm. The advent calendar had several. Yeah, I want to say that there was 2 of the recycled cotton. The or was no, the other recycled. But cuz I did get 2 of the small, or where did I get those? Cuz I have the other ones. The little orange one that we use now. We did have the orange and brown. Maybe it was from something else. I did get. Did I toss them in here? Yeah. So I did get some of the Daily Stitch cotton. I got this one and a darker purple. I got the brown and the orange that we just used. But what I'm talking about is these. Did I get them in the advent calendar? This recycled cotton? Because I know that I got more of these, but was it in the advent calendar? That is. Because I already had a bag of these. Because I got the recycled cotton lucky bag. But the thing was, when I got these, it was the same colors that I already had. I just don't remember. The advent calendar was awesomely fun, though. Um, yes, we're fingers crossed that Spoon and Teaspoon gets to go home soon. Don't want to stay there longer than necessary. Also, I'm guessing that even when she comes home, there's going to be like fairly regular doctor's appointments for a while. Is that going to be, you have to travel back to that hospital, or is it stuff that can be, talked with the doctor on the base or something? Or is that too soon to tell yet? Um, the plan going forward after you get released from the hospital? Oh, you're back. Here I was sitting asking you questions, so you weren't even here. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Our Japanese crochet stitch is different. You've seen books about it. Not the stitches itself, um, but they have totally different patterns and styles. You had a phone call. It's all good. I was just talking about that I can't really remember your name, but I want to say that it starts with an A, but I wasn't sure. And also I was asking about hot glue, but I it's not very important stuff. It's just like I don't use hot glue, and I've seen you use hot glue. And what's the perks of using hot glue? Because it's just sometimes it just feels like there's a risk of things falling apart. I don't know how secure it is, so I never do it. She does lives. She's most likely going to be live later. Or that's my guess, at least. Oh, it's a whole plan, and you're using glue right now. Messing hands, type later. Yeah, you type later, Spoon. And I also know, and I totally respect if you don't feel like answering questions, Spoon, because I know that you are posting your updates on the community tab because people keep asking you about like updates and whatnot. So you're just for simplicity putting up your community post for a little bit of update. So at least that answer questions for some. So you know that you don't have to answer just because we're asking. Also, I do get it that you might need to vent once in a while. Yeah, you usually go live while crafting. Andy. Andy. I'm gonna try and remember that. That's not a very common name here. Andy. Well, it's definitely not a common name here, but you use Gorilla Glue or hot glue. I don't even know if we have Gorilla Glue here. Like in an hour-ish, maybe an hour and a half. Well, I'm not feeling like giving up just yet, so whenever I decide to give up, if you have started your live, we'll come and raid you. And if you haven't started yet, then, some people might come over later. I might have already gone to bed. We shall see. Andrea, that's a different spelling. Andrea. That is cool. I've never seen that one before. That spelling. You don't think the recycled ones were from the Advent? I don't know. Like, I got two. I just don't know for what. Where did they come from? I know I did, I opened something and they were there. I don't know. You're glad I'm continuing to broadcast. Love the company. Happy to keep you company, for sure. Okay, you're in a glue break. Spoon and the sticky fingers. What type of glue are you playing with, Spoon? My chat is a fun place to hang out. Well, I'm happy that you feel like that way. Sometimes it can be a bit quiet in here, and sometimes not. Definitely a thing that, comes and goes. She will need to come to Tokyo for infusions every 2 to 8 weeks, because that cannot be facilitated at your hospital. Will you have to go to your hospital as well for other things? At least you wouldn't have to travel that far for that. You totally agree. Oh, it's awesome that you guys feel like this. You're off to bed. You were was up till 7 watching anime this morning. Yeah, then you need to sleep. You're going to get some sleep before cracking on tomorrow with the new build. Yeah, you don't want to mess up the build because you didn't sleep enough. Sweet dreams. You go cuddle with Squiddy in bed. Night, night, and sweet dreams. It's just Elmer's glue for your paper hearts. You're doing a sakura flower, the cherry blossoms. We talked about that. We talked about cherry blossoms. I'm happy that you decided to use the inspiration. You think you could use your hospital for the prescription pickups and ER. You don't have it all sorted out yet. Well, I hope that you don't have to travel for everything, that you can get some of the stuff done at least at the local hospital, just because of, all of the traveling is, it's not fun. Spoon is doing hearts. She has posted some pictures on her community tab. They're putting hearts a day. They're making a heart a day and they're placing it on a window in the hospital room. So they have made as many hearts as they have been in the hospital, and they're all different. So there's pictures on her community tab. She does also do daily posts with updates of what they're doing a little bit, or the progress for Teaspoon. Spoon, if you want, you can type Sweden, and they can go and throw yarn at you and get to see the pictures of the hearts. See, just what I said. Paper heart a day. But you're using origami paper. And they do look like stained glass. They're really cool. I'm really looking forward to see how you made the cherry blossoms, though. That's going to be an interesting one. But I'm guessing that's going to be a picture for another day, because you did just recently post a picture of all the hearts so far. Unless you want to send a picture to me when it's finished, just because I'm a nosy Nancy. It's boring. It's just one cherry blossom. You gotta do some small hearts so you can get back to the big ones the big one you're working on. Yeah, it's really fun that you're making them different sizes. It's really a piece of art, that window with all the hearts. How are you gonna, like, I'm totally assuming that you're bringing them all home, but what are you gonna do with them after that? Because that's a bit of like an art installation. The cherry blossom one is for today. You are really not motivated to do it because you just want to make clay beads. So just get it over and done with and go back to the beads. Got it. And Teaspoon's not giving you a break. The heart needs to be done. Is she doing clay beads as well? And sitting there taunting you like, oh, I'm making clay beads, and you're stuck doing that heart. You'll take them home. Good. You can make like a scrapbook thing out of them, like a heart a page or something. The Book of Hearts. You just need to remember what one was what day and put them in order. Perhaps. You're going to write that when you install them on the window at home, but you think it would be better to laminate them or put them between glass. You did consider putting them in a book? Well, I guess you could laminate them and then make a book out of that, like a with the rings, um, ring binder. Like if you laminate them one per page and then punch holes in them and put rings in the holes, then they're definitely not going to break. And maybe you could put a little bit of a, I don't know, little piece of paper with some cute words or something in every day. You'll ponder it, yes. Laminating is flexible, that it is. I agree. What colors are the clay beads today? Or that you're in the mood to make? Do you have a color of choice that is just like, pick me? You did purple yesterday and some greens, and you did some pink ones last night, and today you think it needs to be shades of blue. Could it be blue with purple or just blue? You have husband bringing a darning needle and cotton thread to put the beads on. What about putting them in an art journal? Plenty of options. Something we have not discussed. Should I put googly eyes or eyes of some sort on the cactus? We have not talked about this. I'm not sure I like the idea of eyes, but it definitely needs to be brought up because just because. Blue and shades of blues and blues with color. The hospital dog may come today. Oh, you got a hospital dog? Have you met the hospital dog um like before? Or is it like a once a month thing and now it's time for that? Or is it like a weekly thing? I don't think you have mentioned a hospital dog. What are you gonna do with the beads? She's gonna have fun with the beads and make something. Yes. Googly eyes. Each one a different size. You have seen the hospital dog, but you haven't met her yet. Okay. I shall see what I can do with googly eyes. Like, I don't actually have googly eyes. I have eyes, but I don't have any googly eyes. I do have more of the eyes that was placed on in the yarn balls, like in the skeins in the basket, but I don't have actual googly eyes. So I would have to go and or maybe there's some googly eyes in Minime's craft kit. There could be. Not making any promises. There could be googly eyes here. But that would be Minime's. Does someone volunteer to bring their dog? The dog is a part of a program of hospital dogs. You see googly eyes in your crafting room. Like seeing eye dogs, but specific for visiting patients. Yeah, hospital dogs are usually trained um, for that purpose here, but it's at the same time just like someone's house pet in a way. Um, but they are definitely trained just like any type of support dog, not um, not just like emotional support dogs because that's actually not a thing here. Emotional support dogs are not allowed to go into like stores and whatnot. But if you have a dog that's actually a working dog with whatever it's working with, like for blind people or whatnot, but they have special gear. Like you can definitely see when it's that type of dog what has that training. And it's very similar with the hospital dogs. They have training, but at the same time they're someone's house pet. I didn't even know that like emotional support pets was a thing until a few years ago. Um, so because that's yeah, I don't think that that's a thing here at all. It's definitely something I've heard and seen being like mostly a US thing. She's more of a working dog and is part of a group of five with a small team of handlers. They're golden labs imported from Australia. They're even imported. That is uh, that is interesting. Is that not a popular breed in Japan? Like, is it specifically for the breed that they're imported? You're not going to put eyes on yours. That would ruin the effect. Yep, that is true. That is true. You want it to blend in and you want to see how long it takes before he realizes what it is. So putting eyes on it, it's definitely like putting a bullseye on it. It's got a target on its back. The whole emotional support pet and working dog is a huge drama in the US. Oh, I've figured that much out. No, big dogs are not common in Japan, and most Japan people are scared of big dogs. So why would they use big dogs in the hospital? Well, I guess that type of breed is a good breed for this purpose, but if they're scared of big dogs, wouldn't it be, stupid to put big dogs in a place where people are already maybe a little bit scared for whatever situation they're in? If you do put an eye on it, there should be only one. Oh, well, in that case, it kind of already has one eye, you know? It's a cyclops. I've never thought about them as cyclopses, but that's actually what they are. Uh, there's no little dogs they have trained to be good at their job. That makes sense. Maybe it's harder to train smaller dogs. We talked about this earlier, like small dogs think they're big and big dogs think they're small. Big Small dogs have big attitudes and big dogs think that they're lap dogs and they're not really. Let's not try and figure out Japanisms. Yeah, we can step out of that for sure. Some things are just never gonna get answered because no one really knows. I'm liking this. It is looking good. Good ratios as well with light and dark. I just need a lot more of this dark orange before I can fold it over and get a good edge here. They also don't have Japan sheep farmers for the sheeps. They import those people from America too. Hmm. No, Australia. Did I say America? Australia. Emotional support animals and service animals are not the same. Service animals get tons of training. They do. They definitely do. So much agree. Yep. Yet some people try to make it their emotional support squirrel or whatever is equal to a service animal. Yeah, something that really amazes me, and I didn't even, this just mind blows me in a way. Emotional support animals can apparently be brought onto airplanes free of charge, right? And you can have them in the cabin with you. Like emotional support dogs in certain. I'm not saying it's all um, airplane companies or whatever, but there's a few that I know that that's a thing that your emotional support dog can follow you for free. But there's no requirements to have it, to make an emotional support dog. That's just you claiming it. So why is there so many people paying extra to get their dogs just flown from one place to another and they have to be put in crates in, underneath in the plane when they can just like, oh, it's just my emotional support animal and get it done for free. And they can even have them in the cabin with them. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, I totally get if you have, you're blind and you have a dog to, or, with you for that reason. Or there's dogs that's trained to sniff out, um, like peanut residues and whatnot. Um, and that can definitely be a lifesaver. Or like tell if you're gonna have, seizure or something. Well trained dogs. And some of them don't fly for free. But it's just, yeah, I don't know. I guess it also depends on who you're flying with, but it just doesn't really make sense um, in some ways with that. And while you understand, and while you understand and have compassion for people with emotional support animals, it's not the same. It's changing because some people abused it. Yep. Yeah, insulin spikes is definitely one thing that they can sniff out. Smaller dog breeds tend to be more aggressive and hyper. That is also true. Noses of dogs are very amazing. They are definitely definitely able to sniff out things that you didn't think was a possibility. Very interesting. What time is it for you guys? I am at 1:48 a.m. 9:49 a.m. Yeah, you're just waking up and you're already making hearts and yeah, soon switching to beads. Your old cat used to go nuts when your blood sugar dropped too low, but cats can't be certified animals in the US. And still people have no, but that's the emotional support stuff like parrots, squirrels, ferrets probably also. Anything to keep them calm. I've seen like turtles and hedgehogs also being emotional support animals. What do you mean just waking up? She had you up at 4. It's still morning. Did you get breakfast yet? Before breakfast and coffee, like you can't be crafting. That is that is not it wouldn't be nice if you're crafting before breakfast. Are you at least going to bed at a decent hour? Like getting up at 4 a.m. That's not nice. Yeah, I was surprised to see you here that early today. You're not allowed to use your phone or do anything during breakfast. Okay. So breakfast has been had. But that's during all meals, right? Meal time is no phone time. For PTSD dogs, that makes sense, but some who just wants the pet to go everywhere is insane. Yeah, some reasons, yeah. But still, like if you got PTSD and you have an emotional support dog, it's, you know, wouldn't it be better if you had a trained dog, an actual service dog, but I know trained dogs are way more expensive and whatnot. You go to bed by 7, dinner's at 6, lights out at 6:30. And the doctor's is not going to come and bother you after that. When you have vertigo attacks, your chihuahua put her head level head level on your nose. Hmm. Is that helping you or it's more of a soothing thing? Well, helping as in like it disappears faster or something, or is it just like calming for a little bit? Hello, Mona. We have Mona in the house. How are you doing? Good to see you. What are you up to today? 6:42 p.m. in Texas. So, a little past dinner time. So there's still people approaching dinner time on the West Coast, right? Or, yeah, West Coasters might not have had dinner yet. You're good. You're taking it easy. I am also good. Mona, are you? No, no, you haven't seen what I'm working on now, have you? Have you been lurking any? You might giggle, but I do know that you love yourself some plants because, you're sifting some soil. So I know you love plants. But I don't think you're ready for my plant. Because as you can see, this is a plant pot. Well, I've been working on this daily this week. So if you've been here lurking on my other streams this week, you might have seen it. But I have a plant pot in the making here, right? We're getting closer to finishing it. I'm gonna make this like a top lip thing, kind of similar to here. We have a nice thing at the bottom. But in this plant pot, I'm gonna make a pin cushion, right? And my pin cushion is looking like this. Oh wait, like this. So it's gonna be a prickly one. I have decided on what size I'm gonna make the balls because they're a bit uneven. So I need another size of one of the balls. But that's gonna end up on top, and I'm gonna put all my blocking pins in it, so it's gonna be full of blocking pins. Prickly and needly. Plenty of giggles to be had here. Do you have a pin cushion? And what does it look like? You've been thinking about doing that? Only dogs and miniature horses can be certified service animals. Miniature horses can be certified? You were not ready for the pin cushion. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm hoping it's gonna look cute when it's finished. It definitely fits my aesthetic, I guess, with all my vegetables and other things that's hanging out here. There's always mayhem in the veggie aisle when I get crafting. Not always, but yeah, there's plenty of fun with eggplants. And I know I made a corn at some point, a corn on the cob, but I don't know where my corn is at. Did I lose it when I moved? I made a mini corn. That's the only thing I haven't seen in a bit, I think. I have the carrot and banana and eggplant, and then I have the eggplant that Rita made, and the leek that is also doubling as a whip for funsies. But yeah. Yeah, we need to do a bunch more rows on this one before I feel like it's done, I think. Possibly. It would be nearly 5 in California. Yep. I know you said that you had some issues with internet today, Katrine. I'm kind of getting a feeling that you might need to refresh. I think you're a little bit behind. I'm not sure though. You might just be a little bit not fast at typing, but it feels like there's a little bit of a delay for you. Or just put me at double speed for a little bit and you catch up in no time. Okay. But this is definitely gonna be finished. This, at least the orange part, or like the pot part, before I leave today. You can't find a cardigan pattern you like today. You guess it means that you're designing on the hook. You listen to me on 2 times speed all the time. Yeah, you have some catching up in between, the nurses and the doctors and whatnot. You get plenty of times where you might have to catch up because they keep disturbing you. Good thing that they have that feature. Do you pause me whenever you get disturbed and then you just get back and put play 2 times speed so you don't miss out on anything? You're gonna go for a bit. The nurse came in to wrap the pick so you get to shower and all of that fun stuff. Oh, you're gonna braid her hair today? That is fun. Yeah, you go and have fun with that. Who knows? I might still be here when you're done with that. You're still here, you're eating. What are you eating? What's on the menu today? Andy. Yes? Andy. You think you've seen it since I relocated. The corn. The corn might be here. Mini-Me might have played with it. And then you never know where it's at. She comes to borrow things once in a while, and I'm not sure it gets returned all the time. I do go and find stuff in her room though, and then I place them back where they should be. She did steal Jessica the Frog for a bit. That was a fun one for her. Tacos! Ooh, that is good. I haven't had tacos in a few days. Well, in a few days. Like, more like in a few weeks. But it is good. That is good. Okay, we're getting close to the end of this row, and at that point I'm gonna see what this looks like when we fold it, if it's time to fold it and close this little thing off. Because, well, we at least need to look at what it looks like. Do I have a stitch marker? Yes. We have one over here. So if I would now fold it down to there, this is the height we have of this top part. Does that look too little compared to the bottom? I don't know. And I'm also thinking that it might be, if I do that, like, would I want to fiddle with it in any way, shape, or form to be more like this? Kind of like outward slip, kind of like here. Like fold it outwards, and I don't know. I guess I can fold it down on the outside and just keep it stretched, maybe. Well, it will, that would be cool if I folded it down like this. Maybe I should just do that. Is that what we're doing? Are we just saying this is finished and have this folded down? Because I like it. Even though, like, the stitches are, you know, the back side of the stitches. But it does make it look more like an actual plant pot. Sitting down to crochet now with me. Yay! You're gonna be here for another 6 hours, right? Georgia, you're so sweet. I actually have to get up early in the morning, but there's still some time. I have to be up in 7 hours. I have to get up in 7 hours. And I haven't gone to bed yet. So, I'm probably gonna get 4 hours of sleep. I think this is it. And then I do have this, well, you see it over here. This line here is where we're gonna attach the soil layer. That's why I did this little ridge here. So the soil is gonna be that level. Yeah, I like it too. Also, when this one is actually finished, this lip is gonna be more out. Right now it's kind of pointing down, and in here it's like bubbling up. But this is gonna be more flat, and this is gonna be pushed out to hopefully be a little bit more, well, out. Well, the only thing I'm not happy about is the fact that this part of the yarn is going to be showing. Oh well, it is there. I'm not going to do anything about it. It's just there. I guess I could cut it and sew it. Yes, I can do that. I can fix that problem. It doesn't have to be a problem. I do have enough yarn in here to do that. Let's cut it now while I remember to do it and sew that in and fix that problem. Question is, how am I gonna... Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm cutting it long enough to sew it on one side, that side, and then this side is not as long, but I will do some knots. That's what I'm doing to make sure that it doesn't unravel. right. Feel like a surgeon here, making knots with tweezers. But hey, tiny yarn tail, tweezers are needed. And we get needle to deal with this side. Because I don't want to have any issues with this later. Might as well do it good. Not that I think I'm actually going to have to worry about this later down the line, but hey, who knows? It might get played with too much. That sounds so bad. At least, you know, since it is what it is, it did make it sound bad. Okay, go through there. Yes, please. Thank you. Some force is needed here. The needle doesn't really want to go nicely, but I do have quite some tight stitches here, so it does make sense. Okay. Push it down on the desk. Usually works. There we go. Okay. And over here we have a yarn tail, but I did crochet over that. Let's tuck that one away. And I might as well just cut the yarn and take care of the last one as well while we're at it, since we decided that this is what it's supposed to be. Oh well. And there we go. So what are you crocheting now, Georgia? Since you finally got to sit down. You're on the phone again? All good. There we go. And now I will be sewing this last one as well, because the first one where we started, it's on the inside, so it's not showing, and all the other stuff is also on the inside, and they're secure, so I'm not bothering about that. It's just these ones that's visible that we are taking care of. And I'm tucking it away in a way where you can't see that obvious where it's at. I'm kind of replicating the look of a stitch at the top, so we get another V. Well, we're not wanting to focus, but yeah. I'm sewing so it looks like another V on top here. Come on. Come on. I don't know if you can see that, but it's just a way to disguise the stitch in a way. And oh, it feels weird to tuck the yarn end in on the right side, which is now the wrong side. A granny stitch mindless night crochet blanket. That definitely sounds like a good thing to do. Can you crochet and not look at it? Like I can granny stitch without looking at my hands. That is definitely mindless. Only downside I think is granny stitch looks boring to me, but I guess I'm in a, you know, texture period. I do like texture and do all of these blankets with texture and ponchos and whatnot. It's more my thing. It's been quite some time since I did something granny stitch. Maybe it's time to do something like that soon-ish. No, wait, I want to do one more row. To really secure this one. Everyone just disappeared. It's all good. It's all good. The chat just got a little more quiet for a bit. But we have plenty of thumbs up and we have great company for those who still here. It's always great. Great, great, great. I am definitely feeling like getting a snack when I get off here before I try to sleep, because I'm getting hungry. Not sure what my snack will be, but I'm definitely getting something. It is looking awesome. Yep. Better than I expected, actually. Yep. You can look away. You love textures as well. You usually have a few going. It's only because your brain is dead today. Are you at least playing with some fun colors? Thank you, Mona. Variegated yarns are usually very nice when you're kind of feeling like that. So we have soil in this color, and then I'm gonna make another ball in a different size so that we have a set of matching balls. Since we did play around. The first ball became way too big, and that one is gonna get a flower on top, and I'm gonna make another plant pot for that, and the flower is gonna make it look like a nipple, so we have a boob cactus to go with the other one. And then the two smaller ones, I'm gonna go for the bigger one of the smaller ones. So I'm gonna make one more of the bigger ones. You refreshed, and now you have the spinny wheel of maybe you'll play, maybe you'll want. You won't. What are we? The spinny wheel of what? What are we playing? I don't get it. Not sure. Blues and greens. That sounds good. Squishy ball. Oh, the spinny wheel of like buffering. Is that the type of spinny wheel we got? Because we don't like that spinny wheel. Okay. Yeah, the plant pot is a bit bigger than... Well, I guess I didn't really have to increase like I did. But hey, we have increased. And it's definitely going to fit everything that needs to be fit in it. So it's all good. Soil or ball? That's the question. Where are we going from here? I'll have to count stitches later as well. That's gonna be fun because I need to match up the stitch count on the row where I did the back loops to the soil. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. Oh well, that is not a problem. But I really feel like I need to test out the soil and see how this color works. So that is what we're doing. And I'm gonna use the same size crochet hook, yes. Right, there was a question. Should I make the soil textured? But I think we're gonna try no texture just because plenty of colors. Who knows? I might do it, don't like it, frog it, and try something else. Wouldn't be the first time I frog during this project, so. Um, Also, I was thinking about crocheting from that one and out. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna sew the pieces on there instead. Sewing the pieces on, then I can control the angle. And I do believe we want an angle. Or at least a little bit of an angle. Is gonna give it the great personality it deserves. Seven and 8. Nine and 10. And 11, 12. Three and 4. 5 and 6. 7, 8, 9. It's playing again. Victory at last. The live is playing again. Oh, you got the buffering. 10, 11 and 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17 and 18. I'm really loving that I got a perfect like bullseye. Like the first row is the really dark one and the second row is a light one. It just That's just how the stitches lined up. I did not color control or anything. Come on now, focus. There you go. See? it's perfect, even though it's gonna be hidden underneath the stuff that I'm gonna, add on top of the soil. But it just looks so pretty, like a really dark little star. Is it a cat butt? It's, maybe it's a cat butt. Uh, maybe I should make this into a cat butt coaster and then continue, start again with the soil in a bit. Silly, silly. But hey, it is what it is, right? Cute. Yeah, it is. It's certain amount of frogging, just part of the process. It it often is for you. I try to avoid it as much as I can. If and when I can avoid it, I will. I don't like that part of the process. It isn't for me. But yeah, I do frog occasionally. There's two, I wouldn't say large mistakes, but two bigger mistakes that I managed to work around in the poncho for Rita. I was like, yeah, you got two mistakes, and you get a cookie if you can find them. But she's like, yeah, they're supposed to be there. It's all good. I was like, yep. There is a saying about that, like you should leave some mistakes in your works. Um, because in a way you won't get as attached to something because you know it's not perfect. So therefore it's easier for you to, separate from the project or the item. Because if it's all perfect, then there's a bigger chance of you leaving a bigger part of your soul in the project, I guess, or something along those lines. But yeah, you should always leave a little bit of a mistake, and it's easier to part with it. And you won't get heartbroken if and when you have to. But yeah, we don't want to trap our souls in our projects. They need to be able to escape for safety. Ooh, I forgot. I have chocolates. So I'm gonna take one. Oh, sniffles. Mm. Ugh. Okay, I'm liking how these colors are looking so far. That much I'm sure of. So, this is actually a colorway that I have been eyeing for some time on the Hobbii website. It is Friends Cotton 84 print. I do have a couple of, the print cottons from um, before, but this color I have been eyeing for a bit. I don't know why, but it has talked to me on the website a couple of times. And it just happens that I like go over to Rita's and she's looking through her yarns and I'm like, "Oh, that's the color I like." She's like, "Okay, here you go." I just said I like the color. Yeah, good. Then you're gonna use it. Thank you. It would have eventually jumped into my cart, no matter what, but it's just, yeah, she's just awesome. Um, why am I holding my breath? I don't know why I'm holding my breath while counting. We need to stop this. Ah, yeah, no, it's been cold here for too long. I might have to turn that heater up or on. Um, I'm definitely gonna turn it on over the weekend or before Minimi gets here, no matter if they've figured it out or whatnot, but that one needs to be turned on when I have Minimi home again. Rita's the best. And I'm so happy that she's got mom back home again. And that I get to get her out of the house on Saturday so she gets a break. Because she definitely needs a break. Just all the back and forth to the hospital has been really hard on her, but I can imagine that it's still gonna be a lot of work now with mom home. Um, and it's gonna take them a little bit to like find routines and figure stuff out. They will not have to do all of it themselves. It's Rita and her husband, and he can do a lot when he's at home, but he does work. Um, and then it's just Rita and her mom. But they do have home care providers, or there's gonna be people coming daily to help out with things. So they're not just gonna have to do it all by themselves, which is good. That they are gonna get help with things. It will take a while to settle in and find out what works. Yeah, exactly. Just the fact that they had to like rearrange all the furnitures to fit the new bed in because that was bigger than the old bed. And they will be, they need to have access on both sides to be able to help her in and out of bed if needed. Because the way they had the bed, it was like against one wall, so you could only access like one side of it. So there was a lot of moving around furnitures to fit it in. Spoon has returned. Welcome back. You're done on the phone now, Andy? And is also back. To answer the questions depend on the mood. Sometimes you'll pick up where you left off and catch up at 2 times speed. Sometimes you're just gonna skip ahead to now. Well, at least you heard the question. Either way works. I'm just happy you wanted to hang out a little bit. And if you miss out on stuff, you can always do a replay watch. Even though it's on 2 times speed, well, here at 6.5 hours. It's gonna take some time to go through all of that to catch up on what you missed. So, yeah, that is definitely not necessary. I usually feel like I'm repeating myself plenty of times just during the same live streams. There's plenty of repetition. New people coming in, and I don't have new things to say all the time. I don't really feel like I'm a broken record. I felt like that like once in a blue moon, kind of, but it does happen that I do get that feeling. But it's not often. Because broken records are a little bit more repetitive than I feel like I am. Sometimes you watch the replays and sometimes you don't. Depends on the day. I appreciate that. There's a couple of people where I feel like I need to watch their replays if I missed out on something or like I haven't been able to catch them in a bit, then I can watch a replay just for funsies. I usually keep an eye on Spoon's replays if there's unicorn cards. I need to know unicorn cards. Those are important. I'm really looking forward to you getting back home so I can get a unicorn card. Patiently waiting. Not so patiently, but yeah, I'm waiting. If you know someone needs hours, you'll watch it at normal speed. Yeah, hours is always a good thing, um, but it's not always needed. Like the way I am streaming at the moment, I'm not in need of hours, but I do know that, if you stop doing things and the hours start to disappear, that can cause problems further up ahead when you don't have enough hours. You can get bumped down. But I feel like I am in a good place right now, and there's a bunch of hours just popping in from these daily streams, these kid-free weeks. You need hours? Yes, you do. You also need more friends. Yes, you do. Sometimes you watch a replay and we'll jump forward 10 minutes at a time and check the conversation. If it's interesting, then you'll listen, but on 2 times speed. And if people need hours, the best is if they set up a playlist and then you can put it on a normal speed when you're sleeping. That is also a smart thing to do. Play people's playlists while sleeping will still give the hours even though you might not be interested in maybe whatever it's that specific content is about. Okay, I'm not really loving the colors kind of pooling at the moment, but hopefully that's gonna change when the rows get longer. But at the moment we have a pooling situation, and I'm guess that will happen a couple of times during this. As it grows, it's gonna, end up pooling in a couple of places. So fingers crossed that it's still looking okay. If not, I might have to frog it and get like textures in some way, shape, or form so that we do get less pooling. You're testing your pattern real quick. You have fun with that. Also, hopefully this center pooling part will be hidden underneath balls and things, so it might not be very obvious, but I do think that you get what I'm saying with the pooling. We get like all the dark on one side and this, the lighter here, and so we do have a little bit of pooling. I love how it is in the middle, but I'm not loving these bigger chunks because it's 3 rows where the colors have ended up fairly on the same spot. Oh well, carry on, and we shall see where this goes. I am definitely gonna go and warm up my wheat pillow and find snacks soon-ish. I'm just too curious to see what this is gonna look like, so I need to figure it out. It just needs to. For science. Yes, for science. Okay, we're not getting the same type of pooling now, but we're getting a spiral-esque thing. Or it will look a little bit spirally on this row. But I'm definitely loving the colors. This could be a really cute sunbunny, this yarn. Show us the yarn again. It is Friends 84 print. So it isn't like a pooling yarn. You're using glue and only listening. Oh yeah, the dirt. We're doing dirt now. But it will be hidden. The center will be hidden. But we do see that it's starting to kind of twist a little bit or shift. So it's not as big pools. But there's a bit of a chunk of pooling going on here. I opted for not doing what I did on the balls where I'm messing around with the increases so that they're not landing on top of each other. I changed the same like underneath the plant pot, and now this I'm letting the increases be on top of each other. We do get a little bit of a more hexagon shape instead of a rounded shape, but it is so much easier to not have to count when I'm talking to you guys. I can just look at, okay, I have an increase here, and then do the increase on top of the increase, and I don't have to count. That's the same thing I do with the scrap basket. I don't count because I'm just putting the increases on top of the increase from previous row. And it definitely makes it easier, but it does get more of a hexagon type of shape instead of a rounded shape. But it's all good. Nifty is still here. You're crocheting up a storm? Awesome. How are you liking the pickled herrings? I haven't gotten any response or like any reactions to that. So Katrine is not only practicing Swedish through Duolingo, she's now typing in Swedish, but she has been very inspired by all my talks about foods. So she got herself some herring and has pickled her own herring with recipes of Swedish pickled herrings. And I have not gotten any reviews from her or like her family. What are you guys thinking about the pickled herrings? Uh, and what she says is kvällens mellanmål är kex och senapsinlagd sill till kaffet. So she's having crackers and mustard pickled herring to go with her coffee. I don't think coffee would be my first pick to use for pickled herring. I do love me some potatoes with my pickled herring, And I'm more of a soda with the pickled herring. Milk is not a good combination. I do not like milk and pickled herring. That is a weird combination that I do not approve of. Um, and also, something that very traditionally goes with the pickled herring here is a little bit of a schnapps. So, yeah. But you're on antibiotics, so no schnapps for you tonight. Or in Swedish, we say snaps. And we say skål. That is cheers. Mustard. The mustardy ones are some of my favorites. You're also crocheting up a storm? Or are you still here? Or both? Both. Crocheting up a storm and you're still here. Awesome. The creamy mustard one has been a hit. That is awesome. That has been, yeah, that's fun. So is there anyone, I don't even know which one you decided to do, but is there anyone that has been like, yeah? Would you do mustardy ones again? Because if you would consider making them again, then I definitely know that you like them. Coffee was not your best idea. You're switching to lemon water. Yep. Told you. It's not what I would choose to go with it. That is definitely not the best combination I've heard of, so and that's the increase stitch. Okay, we're definitely getting a better look now. I am definitely liking this. Of course, there will be some pooling here and there, but now we're getting more of a random pattern. And we like random when it comes to things like soil, because that is never perfect, or dirt. Your husband from Czechoslovakia likes mustard canned sardines and all of those sharp vinegary type flavors. It's yummy though. See, now we're getting a little bit of away from the pooling part. Now we're... But I still like the bullseye of the black in the center. Perfection. Yep. You'll do the mustard one again, but the other was just too unfamiliar tasting. I don't know exactly why, but for some reason, the canned pickled herring in the stores, like it's canned and it's pickled, but they're still stored in fridges in stores. I don't know why that is, because you'd think that something pickled and canned should have somewhat of a, it lasts for a bit, whatever temperature it's in, but they keep them in the fridges in the store. Maybe it does extend how long they last. I would assume something like that, but it's most canned stuff is just canned on the shelf, like sardines and tuna and whatnot. He really liked the lemon pepper sill though. Ooh, nice. Cedric is eating with his friend potato cakes. That sounds yummy. It is gonna look interesting. I do love the fact that we have the plant pot in solid colors because both the plant itself and the soil has a lot of things happening to it. It would have definitely been too much with the plant pot also being multicolored. But I do think it would have been boring to have a solid color on the soil. And boring is not what we do here. Is it colder outside? Is that why it's so cold in here? It's not. Is it snowing? It might be snowing. Just like a little bit. Or was it? There was something. Maybe. Oh, it's just freezing. Freezing, cloudy, and high humidity. What does my phone app say? It also says 0. And it doesn't say snow. Am I hallucinating? No, I saw another flake. I guess it's just not enough snow for it to say it's snowing. I don't know. You're gonna go and get ready and do a couple of things before you go live? That is awesome though. Are you like when are you popping in live? Because I feel like it's time for me to go to bed. So, are you going live in like 8 minutes? Cuz then we can all come over and say hi to you. And I can wrap it up and go get some snacks and heat myself up because I am darn cold. Okay, so 23 minutes. And that is plenty of time for people to stretch legs and go to bathrooms and whatnot. And then go and hang out with you. Yeah, it's definitely not warm. Not even a little. Nope. It feels like the temperature in here is colder than in, you know, a few hours ago. But also, I might be starting to get tired, which is not helping. Tired and cold is just eh. Oh, I could sit on your porch. That is great temperature. Hola, Maritza. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Good to see you. I hope you had a good day. What are you doing today? I am crocheting some soil to go with my plant pot. My plant pot is finished. It looks like this. And then we're getting soil in here and a plant. And then I have a pin cushion for all my blocking pins. And I have plenty of them. I might even have to get more because this one's turning out larger than I expected. So I might need to get more blocking pins just to make it look good. Luxury problems. But this is the soil so far. Some dirt. And that's the increase stitch, yes. Great. Can I do... that's what I'm gonna do. Oh. Yeah, that's the one for now. There it is. So, depending on what you're in the mood for, you might be, oh wait, you might be in the mood for a scrappy raid over to Andy's in a bit. She's going live 15 past whatever time it is for you guys, so like in 20-ish minutes. But I'll just pop that down there for those who didn't catch up on her channel. That's her live stream, so we can scrappy raid over there. I'm most likely gonna end a little bit earlier, or earlier than she actually starts. But I'll be in her chat because yes, so stretch legs, get something more to drink or whatever you feel like doing, and then we can hang out in her chat for a little bit. But it's cold. It's really, really cold. So I'm happy for today. I'm happy with plant pot being finished. I'm happy with this. It's gonna look really pretty in here. Yep. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. You're thinking you might use a few different brown solids to held together to make your solid. Yeah, that could also be fun. So you get like a variegation, but more of the look of where is that cake? We did have that cake out here earlier. It is 4 colors held together in the cake like this, but it's like this all the way through. So you'd get something similar to what this is like if you use a couple of solid strands together. That would be fun. This is 4 strands together. Maybe I need to make plants in this one. Maybe I'll make a whole, like, plants for all my windows. I could do that with this. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this, so maybe that's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually gonna go against all my rules and cut this up. Make plants and cut. I love my cakes because I don't have to cut, but maybe that's what needs to happen to that one, because I haven't figured out what that one wants to be. So who knows? That could be a future project. And that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna put a stitch marker in here, because in case I knock it on the floor, it's not gonna unravel on me. And I can actually put all the parts in the plant pot for now. We're putting plenty of balls in there. I'm gonna put all the balls in there. And the soil. This is how I'm leaving it, but it's definitely not taking as much space on my desk anymore. So that's great. There we go. I do need to get some sleep. I do need to get some sleep. It's 3 a.m. I need to be up at 9. And snacking and whatnot, I'm gonna lose like half an hour or something before I'm even able to go to sleep. So maybe I get 5 hours ish. But I'll be back tomorrow because I want to hang out with another day. With another day. I want to hang out with you for another day because I can. Sakura flower heart is done. Just drying. Great. Great. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out with me. I'm kind of feeling about the same hours for tomorrow. I did start at about 8 p.m. my time, which is 2 hours earlier than I normally start on Sundays. But I've enjoyed that because it just gives me time to say goodnight to Mini-Me. I get to say goodnight to Mini-Me and I get to like prep and whatnot. And also Hobby Bingo, Swedish Hobby Bingo is at 8 tomorrow. So I'll be doing that. I'll be playing Hobby Bingo. Again, probably not win, but I'll get some points. And hang out with you at the same time. Let's finish the cactus tomorrow, because I'm pretty sure we can finish that tomorrow. And work on the blanket some more. Maybe figure out what this needs to become. Find a start for this. Because I need something to work on the bus. And at the moment, that's what feels most interesting. I don't know. I might have changed my mind by tomorrow. That has happened before. It was fun hanging out. It's always fun to hang out. You're gonna go and get the dishes washed before the next live starts. Well, that's fun. That is fun that there's another live to go and hang out at, and dishes needs to get washed. Adulting is just, but it's needed sometimes. I love you guys. Mwah. See you tomorrow. Bye.